to $64,000.
Hey y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
In-depth
You know it's out there somewhere, but you just keep missing out. I'm talking about your dream job. Now it's easier to find and land your next role with the LinkedIn app. Build connections, keep in touch, and be the first to hear about new jobs. LinkedIn has more openings than applicants. And sometimes all it takes is one LinkedIn connection to land the job that's right for you. Don't miss out. Get your next big break and find the job meant for you. Download the free LinkedIn app today.
As we play out the 2010s, TuneIn's looking back at the music trends that defined the decade.
Hello from the other side.
The 2010s saw yet another revolution in the way we listen to music. With music fans giving up CDs and digital downloads for streaming services and internet radio like TuneIn. At the same time, vinyl sales continue to rise to levels not seen since the format's original decline. Keep listening to TuneIn for more trends of the 2010s.
Introducing a new podcast, ESPN Daily. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Mina Kimes. Listen and favorite ESPN Daily on TuneIn.
Are you curious what others are listening to on TuneIn? Head to the trending section under Browse to see the most popular stations and podcasts among TuneIn listeners right now. Check it out. You might just discover something new for yourself.
Along the goal line, Martin scores! He takes it home!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
Here's Pietrangelo, he scores!
Hear the action live on TuneIn Premium.
In the move, hit a shot, he scores!
From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
With 2020 on the horizon, TuneIn continues looking back at the stories that shaped the 2010s.
In 2011, Osama bin Laden is captured and killed by U.S. Special Forces after a decade-long manhunt. In 2016, Donald Trump is elected the 45th President of the United States after securing 304 electoral votes over Hillary Clinton's 227. And in 2018, a UN report stating the world has 12 years to prevent irreversible climate change.
Search news on TuneIn to be listening when the next decade's big headlines break.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
and TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Right now, we're looking at a situation where stocks continue to move into the grain. For all the worries about year-end liquidity in the financial markets, it's not a problem for equity investors today. Trading in stocks spiked amid a quarterly event known as quadruple witching, when options and futures on indices and equities expire. We look at the actual numbers every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. At record levels, the S&P is up 0.6%, up 18. The Dow's up 0.4%, up 124. The Nasdaq's up 0.4%, up 37. The 10-year is little change. The yield 1.91%. West Texas Intermediate crude's down 1.1% at 60.51 a barrel. COMEX gold's down 0.25% at 14.8050 an ounce. The dollar yen is at 109.45. The euro $1.1076. The British pound $1.3047. Carnival jumped the most in a decade after earnings, and its 2020 outlook topped expectations as the company made adjustments to mitigate effects from the weak European market. Carnival, which is the largest cruise operator and has significant exposure to continental Europe, the stock is up 7.25%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
You're listening to Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Holiday shopping starting to wrap up here. We have Christmas in a few days, Hanukkah starting on Sunday. Let's get a sense of how things are out there in retail land. We welcome our good friend Jim Fallon, editorial director for Women's Wear Daily. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, braving the cold of New York City. So, Jim, give us a sense here where, we kind of came into the holiday shopping season cautiously optimistic. I heard numbers of, kind of 4-ish% growth in terms of retail sales around the holidays. What are you finding?
Basically, those forecasts ended up being accurate. It looks like it's going to be about 4% growth, maybe even a little higher. We were cautiously optimistic. I think the jobs picture, the overall strength of the economy fed into a consumer optimism that really hasn't waned. But I think what's happened is that the shopping happened early, then there was a lull, and now you'll see this weekend the stores busy on this Super Saturday, last Saturday before Christmas.
When we came into this holiday shopping season, one of the things I heard was, it's going to be a short, compressed holiday shopping season. Thanksgiving came late and so on and so forth. Is that going to be a big issue, do you think, when the total dollars are counted?
I think the dollars will be the amount that was going to be spent. Okay. So I think it is, for the retailers, it's an issue for the retailers, less the consumer. The consumer is going to shop how much they have 6 days less, but they're not really conscious of it. It's a tighter pipeline for the retailers to get their markdowns in and so forth. But the overall dollar number won't be reduced because there's fewer shopping days.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've learned as I spend more and more time looking at retail. It's not just getting people in the door to buy stuff or getting them to click to buy stuff. It's what kind of promotions you had to offer to get that traffic, whether it's foot traffic or e-traffic. Any sense that promotions, which are negative for retailers' margins, are running any higher than lower than normal?
Promotions are a little higher this year. They were earlier. Again, retailers started promoting even before Thanksgiving and Black Friday. So what's happening is that the Christmas shopping period is getting extended into early November, even for some retailers. And promotions are a little higher this year, so margins will probably be impacted. Plus, you have things like free shipping that have to go into the cost of it and so forth. So
what are people buying this year? Is it just kind of the electronic gadgets, or is it fashion? What are people buying?
It's the normal. It's electronic gadgets. It's the AirPod. It's that kind of thing. Fashion is the normal: sweaters, cold weather gear, etc. There hasn't really been a breakout fashion item that drives consumers to the store in quite a few seasons, and that again has been an issue for retailers.
So it's interesting. I'm not sure if this is quite your bailiwick, but toys. Toys R Us no longer in business. Where do moms and dads get their toys?
Walmart picked up a lot of that business.
Okay.
Target has picked up some of it. Amazon, of course. So I think those people recognized, even as Toys R Us was struggling, that they needed to rush to fill in the gap. So they all expanded their toy offering.
So we all know that retail sales really over the last 10 plus years, maybe even more, shifting pretty dramatically from the bricks and mortar to e-commerce, Amazon, and so on and so forth. How are the retailers doing trying to make that migration from bricks and mortar solely to maybe what I've heard is the term omni-channel? How is that going? Are there winners and losers, or is everybody kind of struggling?
There are definitely winners. What you're seeing is, the Walmarts and the Targets of the world are winning in that with the buy online, pick up in store, so-called BOPUS or click and collect. But if you look at Walmart, its market capitalization has increased by $100 billion this year. So they're beginning to figure that out, and they're beginning to use their stores as mini distribution centers. Target the same. So those very much are winners. Retailers such as Macy's are still sort of figuring it out to a certain extent, but again, they're getting there. But it's a challenge, and I think the omni-channel word almost has to disappear because it's just retail now. The consumer wants to buy it where they want to buy it and want to pick it up or get it however they want to.
There's always those in my town where I live in New Jersey. There's always those shop local days and signs around shop local, which we certainly try to do. But the reality is, they can't really make those investments to get us to where we think we ought to be, which is I want it now.
Right.
And I want it anywhere I want to get. So what is small, and that's kind of where the real retail is down at the local level. What are the local retailers trying to do here?
I think the local retailers play up the personalization attitude. We know our customer. We know what you want. Oh, come in and buy. I got this specifically for you. This is your size, etc. Product differentiation to a big extent, and service. I mean, I think that even if it's a Walmart or it's a major retailer, you're not going to get that personal service. You're walking into the store and they say, "How are you? How are your children? How's whatever?" That's the edge they can play.
I can tell you, Tom Keene is heartbroken that Barney's is going bankrupt. What do you take away from that? I mean, that was a great brand, high end. What happened there?
It was high end. To a certain extent, online killed it. Okay. I mean, a lot of those products became available through the Net-a-Porters, the Matches Fashion, et cetera. You could literally sit. I mean, Barney's had its own website. The move uptown to Madison Avenue, even in the 90s, was probably a misjudgment of the business, given the rents that they had to pay and so forth. The rent issue killed it. And it was just keeping up with your customer. I think that the product became widely available, and they also became so high-end that they didn't have a sort of lower tier that would drive a lot of foot traffic through the store.
What is your sense of just the department store concept? Is that completely dying, or is there a place for, I'm looking across the street, Bloomingdale's, right, Macy's? What's the future? I
mean, they've been predicting the death of the department store since the 70s, so, clearly it depends on the department store. I think there's still a place for them. American department stores are in the middle of reinventing themselves, but if you go to a lot of the European department stores or even Asian department stores, they're packed. If you go to a Selfridges in London, that store is packed. Yep. It's offering very exclusive product. It's offering, everything from a bakery to a tea store to a flower shop, etc. The more those stores expand into those kinds of things, and again, horrible word, but the experiential type retail, there is very much still a place for them.
We still overstored in this country, though, right?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Yes, we
have.
Right.
I've heard by as much as like 50%.
Oh, yes. I mean, again, crazy. Back into the 80s, we've been overstored compared to other places.
All right, Jim Fallon, thanks so much for joining us. Jim Fallon's editorial director for Women's Wear Daily, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, always giving us a good sense of what's going on out there in the world of retail. Again, looks like the consumer remains very strong. We've seen that in the employment numbers. We've seen that in the consumer spending numbers. We've seen that more recently in some of the housing numbers. So the consumer's very strong out there, and typically, that will translate into retail sales here. So we'll have to see. The retailers, I'm sure that they will have some commentary as it relates to kind of the promotional spending that they had to put to get the people into the door, and that could negatively impact numbers. That's what we've heard from a number of analysts here. So looking at the market right here, finishing out the morning trading session, the Dow is up 125 points, maybe getting some positive trade news. We will see. This is Bloomberg Markets.
In addition to Bloomberg Radio, you can catch the latest news and biggest newsmakers on Bloomberg Television. Look for us on DirecTV Channel 353 or check your local listings. Deep understanding in record time.
So it's already December 20th. Well, at Boots, this Christmas, there's better than half price on selected gifts. Save money on gifts like number 7, Best Face Forward was £80, now only £39, and other selected products. Get on it today at the What to Buy Your Nearest without it being the dearest boutique at your nearest Boots in London White City Shopping Centre. So gift like you get them before it ends 24th of December at selected stores and boots.com.
Introducing a new podcast, ESPN Daily. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Mina Kimes. Listen and favorite ESPN Daily on TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Back to throw, fires right on the slant. Caught, touchdown.
He leaps and he surges in, touchdown.
This Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the lights shine bright on the Las Vegas Bowl. Washington Huskies head coach Chris Peterson will coach his final game before retiring as he takes on his former school, the Boise State Broncos.
Down to the 5, he leaps for the end zone, and he is in.
To listen to this and every bowl game, just search college football today.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
Start hearing more of what you want. Upgrade to TuneIn Premium and get over 45 commercial-free music stations, live commercial-free news, and every live NFL, MLB, NBA, and NHL game. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Bloomberg.com on the Bloomberg Business app and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York to our television and radio audiences worldwide, I'm David Weston. Welcome to Balance of Power. This is where the world of politics meets the world of business. On the brief today, Michael McKee on U.S. economic data out today. From Los Angeles, Kevin Cirilli, he's here to recap last night's Democratic presidential debate. And David Goodman over in London on the Bank of England's new leadership. So, Michael, let's turn first to you. We got at least three important pieces of data out of the United States today. Important, but did they change our mind about anything?
Not really, David. It just tells us the economy is still on track. I mean, it does do one thing. The economic numbers show today that spending came in a little bit stronger than expected, which was good news because the retail sales numbers for November were not very good. And it shows that Americans are still spending money, but they're spending more of it on services. Also, we saw incomes rise, and that's good news. Wages and salaries still hanging in there. Big jump in payments to farmers by Donald Trump for the pain they've suffered under the tariffs, and that also helped boost incomes. But the combination suggests that Americans are still spending, and they still have the money to spend, and that's good news.
And are optimistic, according to the University of Michigan.
Yeah, the University of Michigan number is interesting because not only did they hang in there in terms of consumer confidence, but the numbers showed the lowest inflation expectation in history for consumers over the next 5 years, just 2.2%. Something to keep an eye on because the Fed is worried about whether inflation expectations get unmoored. If they fall too far, makes the Fed's job harder. So far, the markets are still anticipating higher inflation, so that offsets it a little bit. But it is something to watch into 2020.
Absolutely, as well as an election coming up. And we're watching those economic numbers. Many thanks now to Michael McKee. Now we're going to Kevin Cirilli over in Los Angeles. So, Kevin, we watched that debate last night. What was the principal takeaways for you?
I'm not sure that there was major changes in the dynamics of the race, but I was struck by two things coming from Biden world. The first being how he was able to successfully contrast himself to Senator Bernie Sanders on Medicare for all. After the debate, I spoke with some officials in the Biden campaign who said that they were really satisfied with that particular aspect of the performance. And then quickly, I would note how Biden talked about China and said that he would want to work with the United Nations. Clearly a contrast, not just with some of the candidates on that stage, but also with the current status quo of the Trump administration.
Okay, Kevin, thank you very much. Terrific reporting from out there in Los Angeles for that debate. And now we go over to London and to David Goodman. We have a new head of the Bank of England. What do we know about him, and what does it tell us about where they're heading?
Well, yeah, so as you say, new head of the Bank of England over here, we've got Andrew Bailey, who will take up the job in March. In many ways, he's kind of the ultimate BOE insider. He spent 30 years at the bank before moving to the FCA back in 2016. And we've been running surveys on who'll be the next governor since back in early 2018, and Bailey's come out top of everyone, so he's already been kind of seen as a front runner. That changed slightly in recent weeks, but now he's kind of come back and emerged, and Chancellor Javid, he was very much the standout candidate in the process.
So, David, the reporting I've seen says basically Mr. Bailey is a very good regulator. He doesn't have as much experience in the monetary policy side of it. Is that something you particularly need right now as you look toward Brexit to really handle the very complicated regulatory issues that are coming up?
Yeah, well, as you say, it's a very kind of difficult transition for the UK, and regulation is at the heart of that. And Bailey is by far the most experienced in that regard. He has some monetary policy experience, and he's worked in kind of economic units in the bank, and he was a private secretary to a previous Bank of England governor, so he really knows the ropes on that side as well. But yes, I think his regulatory ability is probably one of the big reasons they went for him.
Okay, thank you so very much to David Goodwin reporting from London. And now we have a breaking news right now, a red headline coming across the Bloomberg. United Airlines has removed the Boeing 737 MAX from its schedule until June 4. We remember that earlier in the week, Southwest said they were putting off at least until April. I think it's fair to say Boeing's having something of a rough day because they had that space capsule that went out, the so-called Starliner, and it didn't work out so well for them up there with the space station. Now it appears that United is removing the 737 MAX from its schedule until June 4, and the stock right now, Boeing, is down a little over 1% on the news. But right now we want to check on what's going on in the markets in response to some of this, what's going on in the world. And for that, we turn to Kaylee Lyons. So, Kaylee, what's going on? It keeps pushing up.
We just keep going higher. This is actually the best week we've seen for the S&P 500 since back in September, and it is the 10th and 11th that we have gained, which is the first time we've seen a streak of that kind since pretty much 2 years ago in November 2017. You heard Michael McKee talking just a few minutes ago. The data's looking pretty good. There's not a whole lot of bad news. So while there's no major upside catalyst, we are just continuing that march higher, and you're seeing that today. Now, I should warn that in today's session, we have to keep an eye on the fact that it's quadruple witching, so volatility volumes may be a little bit higher than expected, but still the march is higher.
And the Boeing news is certainly not welcome news. Boeing had enough problems already with the 737 MAX. As I say, they had the space shot today that didn't go so well. And it's an important employer particularly, and it's an important part of the industrial sector in the United States.
It is. I mean, you're seeing Boeing shares retreat back toward the lows of the session. I would note that this is a longer delay that United, you were just speaking to, till June is 2 months longer than even American or Southwest, which are putting the plane on schedules back in April. So we just keep getting that deadline pushed farther and farther back. No one has flown this plane at that point in about a year. And to the point of employers, especially suppliers, you had Spirit AeroSystems kind of taking a big hit today because they said they're going to stop production of that 737 MAX in January. And that jet specifically makes up 50% of that company's revenue.
And by the way, not to mention General Electric, which makes the engines for them. General Electric does not need bad news right now, which is not making the engines anymore for the 737 MAX.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of companies tied to this entire narrative, as is really the broader economy. I mean, when you look at the fact that inventories are a drag on GDP, a big part of that is aircraft inventories, and the only domestic commercial aircraft maker is Boeing. So that is a direct line that you are seeing in the economic data.
Okay, thank you so much to Kaylee Lyons for more news on the markets as well as on Boeing. But right now, we want to turn to Mark Crumpton for Bloomberg First Word News.
David, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell are at an impasse over impeachment. Speaker Pelosi says she won't transmit the articles of impeachment until the Senate lays out the procedures for the president's trial. Leader McConnell says the House has no leverage to dictate terms. The United States is closely watching North Korea for signs of a possible missile launch or nuclear test in the coming days. Officials are referring to it as a Christmas surprise. A significant launch or test would mean the end of North Korea's self-imposed moratorium and raise tensions in the region. Pyongyang warned of a possible Christmas gift in early December, saying the Trump administration was running out of time to salvage nuclear negotiations. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson's Brexit bill cleared its first hurdle in Parliament today. MPs voted for it to proceed to the next stage. The Prime Minister opened the debate on the deal by declaring his legislation offers no possibility for a further delay. The bill would take the UK out of the European Union by January 31st. Prince Philip, the husband of Queen Elizabeth, has been admitted to a London hospital. Buckingham Palace says the 98-year-old was admitted as a precautionary measure for observations and treatment of a pre-existing condition. Philip, also known as the Duke of Edinburgh, is expected to be hospitalized for a few days. He stopped attending public engagements in 2017. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. David?
Thanks so much, Mark. Coming up, Alani Chen of the Hoover Institution is here to go through what the latest court decision means for the future of the Affordable Care Act. And then at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we're going to be joined by U.S. Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross. That's coming up on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
You can't be expected to research every industry.
Still searching for the perfect Christmas gift? At Debenhams, discover our great range of fragrance offers from your favourite brands, including half-price fragrances from Marc Jacobs, Calvin Klein and Hugo Boss. There's something for everyone on your Christmas list, in-store and online now. Offer ends 24th December. See debenhams.com for full terms and conditions.
19p? What will that get you at Christmas? 5 minutes at a panto, a very unpopular Secret Santa. This week at Tesco, you can get sprouts, carrots or parsnips from just 19p. Our festive 3. That should get you on the nice list. Tesco, delivering Christmas for 100 years. Selected stores excludes Express, ends 26th of December.
Far wing, elevates, triple bucket.
The war of the crown. The shot clock ticks down. Will the ball go in? The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. And the replays just don't cut
the
it.
Sideline, the Van Fleet for 3.
TuneIn Premium brings you every minute of the NBA season streaming live, so you can be there when it matters most. Hear it now, hear it live on TuneIn.
Fake in the lane, turnaround jumper from 8 feet is good on
Search
the right
NBA today to start listening.
Along the goal line, Martin scores! He takes it home!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
Here's Pietrangelo, he scores!
And you can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium.
A move, and a shot, they score!
From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today. Want TuneIn to remind you when the big NFL game is about to get underway? Be sure notifications are allowed on your phone and search NFL on the TuneIn app. Find the game you want to hear under events and tap Notify Me. We'll let you know exactly when it's time to listen in for kickoff.
What was your favorite podcast of 2019? Well, here's ours.
This is the Open Ears Project, a new daily podcast in which people tell us a story about the piece of classical music that means the most to them.
Part mixtape, part sonic love letter. The Open Ears Project is where people share a classical track that gives a glimpse into their lives and allows us to hear the music and each other differently.
Brought to life things that I couldn't really put into words.
Search Open Ears Project on TuneIn to check it out.
Ah, finally another commercial, said no one ever. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade now and get over 45 commercial-free music stations.
He leaps and he surges in, touchdown!
It is college football bowl season on TuneIn. Today, at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, the bowl season kicks off from the beautiful Bahamas.
Back to throw, fires right on the slant, caught, touchdown!
The Charlotte 49ers will be playing their first bowl game in school history. They'll be matched up against the Buffalo Bulls. Don't miss the first bowl game of the season. To listen to this and every bowl game, Just search college football today.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
Did you know your favorite radio stations are in your pocket? Yes, the TuneIn app lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio anywhere you want. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
As we play out the 2010s, TuneIn's looking back at the music trends that defined the decade.
That's why I need a one dance.
The 2010s was the decade of the surprise album drop, where artists from Beyonce, Drake, and Frank Ocean to Radiohead, U2, and the late David Bowie skipped the traditional promotion cycle to bring their music directly to fans with little to no warning. Keep listening to TuneIn for more trends of the 2010s.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown to Keenan.
Search NFL today.
Catch the latest news as it happens with MSNBC on TuneIn. From American politics to global events, when breaking news hits, you'll never miss a moment again. Search MSNBC on TuneIn to hear the latest.
Yeah, now some of this might take a few years to show up, but the reality is that you already had in many situations, even before the individual mandate was zeroed out, you had in many situations, many counties, particularly in rural areas, very little competition on these Affordable Care Act marketplaces. So you are already seeing higher prices and higher premiums because of that lack of competition. Insurers not wanting to offer a product, for example, that would not be profitable given the particular patient mix in an area. So you weren't seeing already a lot of these counties and rural areas with Affordable Care Act plans. Now, the question is going to be, as we move forward, how is this going to affect states, for example, who want to put their own individual mandates into effect? Massachusetts has one. California is talking about one. Other states are talking about it as well. And so the question is going to be, if states step in, how is that going to take the place of what was previously the federal individual mandate?
We're talking with Lonnie Chen of the Hoover Institution. I'm fond of saying, maybe I say it too much, in politics you can't beat somebody with nobody. And one of the questions is, if it's not the Affordable Care Act, what else happens? One of the things I think we've seen under the Trump administration is, once you've given it to people, they are not eager to give it up. What about the alternatives being talked about by some of the Democrats, such as Medicare for All, compared with Affordable Care Act, maybe an enhanced Affordable Care Act?
Well, David, you've seen the challenge with Medicare for All in the Democratic debates that have gone on over the course of the last several months. It came up again in the Democratic debate in Los Angeles last night. The challenge with Medicare for All, both what Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are proposing, is it's going to require a destruction of the current marketplace for health insurance. And when you have 160, 170 million Americans who get their health insurance through their employers on the private marketplace, suggesting that those plans are going to be taken away from people, I think, is a huge political problem. So while you've got a couple of Democrats suggesting, look, we need to blow up the system and start over, the middle of the Democratic pack, that includes people like Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg, they have proposed something known as a public option, where you would have a public plan competing with private plans in the marketplace. And so the challenge of blowing up and starting over, I think, has led many more Democrats to say, build on the Affordable Care Act. Of course, you have Republicans out there still saying the Affordable Care Act is not really working. We need to proceed in a different direction. So this is largely going to get sorted out, I think, in next fall's election.
This is Lonnie Chen of the Hoover Institution. So if there are problems, you identify them, as I could put it that way, to the left of Affordable Care Act. What about to the right? Because President Trump said, don't worry, we're going to take care of pre-existing conditions. We're going to take care of a lot of those issues. But I'm not sure we've seen a plan yet out of the Republicans.
Well, here's what I think. People are breathing, Republicans in particular, are breathing a sigh of relief around this Fifth Circuit decision, in part because it does delay the more difficult questions until, I think, at least after the election. But certainly for Republicans, the question will be, what kind of an alternative could be formulated that is consistent with conservative principles, for example, but still retain some of these protections, particularly around pre-existing conditions. The way that the Affordable Care Act did it was with massive federal regulation. I think a lot of conservatives believe that's not the right approach, but you're absolutely right. Now that people are used to the way the Affordable Care Act deals with these problems, they're used to the way in which pre-existing condition exclusions were dealt with in the Affordable Care Act, it's going to be very hard to take those away, very hard to proceed in a different course. So Republicans may just have to sort of say, look, we'll suck it up. We'll do the pre-existing condition exclusions in the same way that Obamacare dealt with them, and try to move the healthcare system in a more market direction in other ways.
Lonnie, you're a policy expert. I mean, you're the senior policy person for Mitt Romney when he was running for president. As a practical matter, would you say that essentially it's all going to be defined by Affordable Care Act? You can do plus, you can do minus on it, but really erasing that from the books and starting from scratch is going to be almost impossible.
I mean, here's what we forget, that the Affordable Care Act was signed into law a decade ago. In fact, almost over a decade ago. And so the fact that we've been living with this law and living with the structure of the law for that long, there has never been precedent in American history for an entitlement program that was created, been in existence for so long, and then taken away. So it's highly unlikely, in my view, that the basic structure of the Affordable Care Act changes. But I think you're right. There are questions about elements of it, whether it's being implemented in the best possible way, whether in fact we're creating the kind of choice and competition on the marketplace necessary to lower cost. Those are all questions that future presidents and administrations will impact.
Okay, Lonnie, thank you so very much for being with us. That's Lonnie Chen of the Hoover Institution, coming to us from California. Still ahead here, shares of Winnebago Industries are jumping after reported earnings for the first quarter that beat expectations. We talk with CEO Michael Happy. That's next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Imagine being denied an apartment because of your religion, or your race, or because you have children, or a disability.
It's so wrong.
Yes, but who has the power to stop this?
You do. Each of us has the power. The law is on your side. It's illegal for landlords to discriminate because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or familial status. If you suspect that you have experienced housing discrimination, file a complaint with HUD immediately so we can investigate it. Fair housing is your right.
Use it.
To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Or call 1-800-669-9777. 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Imagine being fired because of who you love. Imagine being denied medical treatment because of who you marry. Imagine being evicted because of who you are. Millions of Americans don't have to imagine this. They have to live it. Because in 31 states, it's legal to discriminate against LGBT people. Get the facts at beyondido.org. Brought to you by the Gill Foundation and the Ad Council.
What do you count? Interest rates?
If you get marginally higher interest rates, does that bring the PE multiple in?
Trade figures?
China driving a tectonic shift in the availability of money.
Employment data?
What is happening with the headcount?
You could just leave all that to us.
Is it a one-and-done tariff adjustment?
Tom Keene and Jonathan Farrell. Right where it counts. Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern. On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
With the Bloomberg Business of Sports Report, I'm Michael Barr. An Ohio judge awarded $830,000 to a woman who claimed former boxing champion Adrian the Problem Bronner sexually assaulted her at a Cleveland nightclub. The default judgment was delivered after Bronner failed to defend himself in the lawsuit. There will be 5 new Olympic sports at the Summer Games next year in Tokyo: baseball, softball, karate, skateboarding, sport climbing, and surfing. In speed climbing, 2 tethered athletes race up a 15-meter wall as quickly as they can. Panther Brands and Panther Racing couldn't show that the U.S. Army National Guard breached a sponsorship contract under which the plaintiffs managed an IndyCar race team branded with the Guard's marks. According to the U.S. Court of Federal Claims, the plaintiffs failed to show entitlement to nearly $5 million in damages, and that is a Bloomberg Business of Sports report. I'm Michael Barr.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. It is time now for the stock of the hour, and today it's Winnebago Industries. The shares are surging over 9% today after the company reported first quarter earnings. Those first quarter results for the recreation vehicle company beat estimates on both revenues and on earnings. We're pleased to have join us now from Minneapolis, the president and CEO, Michael Happy. So I guess, first of all, I should say congratulations. It looks like it's pretty good. The stock's responding in kind. What's driving it?
Yeah, thank you, David. Yeah, we had a very solid first quarter of our fiscal 2020 year. Our net revenues were up 19%. Our adjusted EBITDA was up a little bit more than 9%. And really what's driving it is retail outperformance by our company and our brands in the RV market here in North America. And that's ultimately driving the financial results as well.
So your financial results were a little more complicated because you have had an acquisition of Newmar. Bring us up to date on exactly how that's going.
Yeah, on November 8th, we closed on the acquisition of the Newmar Corporation. Newmar is one of the more iconic luxury high-end motorhome manufacturers here in the United States. Just a tremendous business, great leadership team, great products, dealer relationships, and passionate end customers. And for us, it was a very complementary acquisition in that we have a tremendous flagship brand in Winnebago. However, that brand in the motorhome segment is not as successful on the very high end. And so Newmar's been taking share. They've been making great product, and the opportunity to bring them into the fold really strengthens our motorhome segment, allows us to reach a more affluent customer that, candidly, in these times economically, is a little bit more resilient.
We're speaking with Michael Happy. He's the Winnebago Industries CEO about his earnings. So with this acquisition of Newmar, we always ask the hackneyed question, what is 2 + 2 = 5? Is it synergies, which is often a euphemism for saving money, often with people, or why is the sum greater than the sum of its part?
Yeah, we think there'll be synergy certainly on the cost and material side of the equation, and our teams will aggressively look for those and work together to find those where appropriate. But we also believe there will be strong synergies in terms of the transfer of best practices around the value chain of the business. It could be in product development, it could be in dealer relationships, it could be in aftermarket service. Newmar is just simply a high-quality business that we get to learn from now, and we think it'll make the other part of our motorhome business, the Winnebago branded company there, much more stronger as well. So yeah, we do hope for that 2 + 2 = 5 equation.
So once again, we're talking about a successful quarter for Winnebago Industries. How much of that was gaining market share? How much of it was the overall market expanding?
Yeah, the market here in the RV industry within North America within the last year has been down slightly on the retail side, probably mid-single digits versus 2018. And the wholesale side has been going through a bit of an inventory normalization process in the field. Winnebago Industries, fortunately, and the success of our brands has been outperforming the industry at retail by around 10 percentage points. So if the industry's down -5, we've been tending to run at +5 or even greater at times. And that's because we're really focused on product quality, valued innovation, and fantastic customer service. And that proposition in this day and age seems to be resonating more and more with our dealers and certainly resonating with end customers. So the industry's doing fine, but Winnebago Industries is currently doing better.
Mr. Happy, how do people finance these things? And I'm asking that question because I'm wondering whether historically low interest rates are helping your company and perhaps the industry.
Yeah, certainly interest rates and the access to financing during the retail process are important elements. I would say probably more than 55-60% of the RVs are financed in some way. We can't always see the source of that financing directly, but subsequently the interest rates on that financing is important. They result in monthly payments for the consumers. And so when the Fed was raising the Fed funds rate, a year or so ago, and they did that about 5 consecutive times, that actually probably did have a little bit of a slowdown impact on our retail environment within the industry. However, now that the Fed has come back and made some adjustments to that rate and seems to be looking at a more stable rate for as we get into calendar year 2020, we think that that helps the consumer feel more confident in terms of what those interest rates will be and subsequently what those monthly payments will be.
Everyone in the business world, and for that matter in the financial markets, is really focused on the U.S. consumer. It's something like 68% of the total economy. You have direct dealings with consumers. What are you seeing in terms of their appetite? Is it staying the same? Is it growing? Is it diminishing?
Well, I think overall the U.S. economy is certainly right now very much on the backs and the shoulders of the American consumer. I mean, they are bearing the weight of the good things that are happening. And so being a consumer discretionary business, as you said, we certainly interact with those consumers very directly. In our business, it's a little bit more of a want versus a need. I would argue that the consumer has been a little bit stronger in some other areas of the economy recently than the RV industry, but we're still on pace in 2019 to have one of the top 5 retail years in the entire history of our industry. So the consumer may have let their foot off the pedal a little bit in terms of interest in our products, but not substantially.
Sounds awfully good. Many thanks to Winnebago Industries CEO Michael Happy coming to us from Minneapolis. Coming up later today, I get to sit down with Bank of America Chairman CEO Brian Moynihan for an exclusive interview. That's coming up. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks are moving higher. The Dow is up 110 points, S&P up 16, the Nasdaq climbing 36. West Texas Intermediate crude is falling 1.5% to $60.27 a barrel. People continue to cruise with Carnival. Carnival shares are up the most in a decade after earnings and its 2020 outlook topped expectations. But there's more trouble for Boeing. United Airlines says the Boeing 737 MAX has been pulled from its flight schedule until June. United says the prolonged MAX grounding will prompt over 11,000 cancellations in 2020. And consumer spending picked up in November, the start of the holiday shopping season. And tomorrow is dubbed Super Saturday and is expected to be the busiest shopping day this year. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, explains.
In today's fast-paced environment, where the only constants are change and volatility, you need a prime broker who's both steady and agile, focused on supporting your needs so that you can focus on growing your business and producing results. Exceptional client service and advocating for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning high-touch team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. We help alternative investment managers create great experiences for their clients. Whether it's customized financing, securities lending solutions, platform access, or outsourced trading, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your evolving demands.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC. Member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
When you put together the puzzle that's today's business and political environment,
Can you make a call given this swirl of data?
Is that already being reflected in the way that they're priced?
Make sure you have all the pieces.
Which segments of Alphabet's business are most likely to come under scrutiny?
They're getting mixed signals from governments.
He's failed to gain traction. Will he have to abide by a subpoena?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
From New York, this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. For Bloomberg First Word News, we go now to Mark Crumpton.
The United States and China are planning the formal signing of the first phase of a trade deal between the two countries. President Trump tweeted today that he had a very good talk with Chinese President Xi Jinping about the trade agreement. He said China has begun making large-scale purchases of American agricultural products. Mr. Trump also said the two discussed North Korea and Hong Kong. The White House Budget Office is pressing the Navy to stick to a campaign pledge by President Trump to work toward fielding a fleet of more than 350 ships. The Navy proposal for fiscal year 2021 calls for a 280-ship fleet by fiscal year 2025, far short of the president's goal. The Government Accountability Office says the Navy is facing ongoing and what it calls substantial maintenance delays. U.S. regulators have taken a crucial step in the battle against the deadly Ebola virus. The Food and Drug Administration has approved a vaccine developed and made by Merck. It was found to be 100% effective when given at least 10 days in advance. The tests were conducted in Guinea during a 2014 to 2016 outbreak. An ongoing outbreak in Congo has killed more than 2,000 people. Notre Dame kept Christmas going even during two world wars, but an accidental fire in peacetime has stopped the 855-year-old Paris Cathedral from celebrating midnight mass this year. It's the first time the landmark will be dark in more than 2 centuries. Officials say restorations and repairs from the April fire could take 5 years. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
It's both an honor and disappointment to be the lone candidate of color on the stage tonight. The question is, why am I the lone candidate of color on this stage? Fewer than 5% of Americans donate to political campaigns. You know what you need to donate to political campaigns? Disposable income.
That was Democratic presidential candidate Andrew Yang last night at the debate in Los Angeles, remarking on the lack of diversity up on that stage. Welcome now from Washington, Kyle Kondik of the University of Virginia Center for Politics, and also Larry Sabato's Crystal Ball. So welcome, Kyle. Good to have you. Does Andrew Yang have a point here, and do the Democrats have a potential problem?
I mean, he does have a point in that there were several candidates of color who were running and are running who are not on that stage other than Andrew Yang. That said, you know, voters don't necessarily just vote for people based on whether they share demographic characteristics with them. And in the case of this particular contest, you do have leading candidates who happen to be white men, particularly Joe Biden, heavily supported by African Americans. Bernie Sanders, while he doesn't have as much diverse support as Biden does, he does get a substantial amount of Hispanic support. And so, you know, if those voters were voting based on demographic characteristics, there might be a more diverse group of people on stage. But as of this point, they're not doing that. These voters are gravitating toward sort of more established politicians and white politicians.
So, Kyle, you have a note out, and the headline is 2019, the year of stability. And I found it very humorous because you went back to January of this year, to January 2019, and had a paragraph that you said you could republish today without a word change. Has anything happened last night that might change that paragraph?
I don't think so. I mean, look, all this is sort of in the eye of the beholder, and we don't know what sort of effect the debate might have, if any. I personally thought that Joe Biden had probably his best debate, just in my own looking at it. I also thought Amy Klobuchar had one of her best debates. I didn't think anyone did particularly poorly overall. The story this year, ever since Joe Biden got in, and we've talked about it, has been this stability that he has had at the top of this race. He's led the national polls basically the whole time. Elizabeth Warren took the lead for maybe a day or two in early October, but that's been it. And I think we even saw last night that a lot of the sniping amongst the candidates wasn't really directed at Biden. It was directed amongst, Buttigieg and Warren or Buttigieg and Klobuchar, et cetera. And I just wonder if these candidates are sort of taking their eyes off the prize here a little bit, in that Biden, I think, is still the person to beat, and I don't think anybody laid a glove on him last night. We're talking about Kyle Kondik of Sabato's Crystal Ball. So let's talk about one piece of that sniping, actually, which had to do with how people raise their funds, where Elizabeth Warren sort of went after Pete Buttigieg, and then Pete Buttigieg responded fairly forcefully. This is what he said.
According to Forbes magazine, I am literally the only person on this stage who's not a millionaire or a billionaire. This is the problem with issuing purity tests you cannot yourself pass. If I pledged never to be in the company of a progressive Democratic donor, I couldn't be up here.
So Kyle Kondik, clearly some of the candidates want to spend some time on this. Do voters vote based on who gave money to which ones? Do they really care how they got their money?
I think I'm sort of dubious of that. I will say that I think Democratic voters care much more about issues of fundraising and donors than Republicans do. In fact, a lot of Republicans basically don't even believe in campaign finance regulation, whereas Democrats, as we saw during the debate last night, some of them are advocating for public financing of campaigns. It's a real big difference between the parties. And so you'd never see an exchange like we saw last night in a hypothetical Republican debate. And it's an interesting strategic one in that Warren is essentially saying that, hey, we should have small dollar donors fund our campaigns. And Buttigieg is saying, hey, look, we shouldn't enforce rules on ourselves that the other side, meaning the Republicans, aren't also going to enforce on themselves. And so it is a question of sort of more purity versus this sort of utility push by Buttigieg in that maybe we should change the way that we fund elections, but in the here and now, we've got to play by the rules that are set out. Personally, I think that Buttigieg is probably being a little bit more realistic here, but if you're like Warren and you can have success raising money from small donors, then, hey, that's a great thing to tout, and also you have enough money to run your campaign. You know, it wasn't clear for much of this year whether Warren would have enough money to have staying power, but she really has done pretty well for herself on the small dollar front, and so has Bernie Sanders as well, who has a similar kind of message on donors that Warren does.
Kyle, finally, explain one thing to me, and that is Amy Klobuchar, because she comes out of pretty much every debate with everybody agreeing she did the best on the debate stage, she's the most effective, and yet her numbers just don't move.
I think that she was going after Buttigieg, and I think that was specifically targeted at Iowa, which is a state that I think both Buttigieg and Klobuchar are hoping that they can win. If Klobuchar has any hope, I think it would be a model similar to Rick Santorum in 2012 when he was basically polling at very small numbers, really up until the Iowa caucus. There was a little bit of an uptick for him, and then he ended up actually essentially tying with Mitt Romney in Iowa. And so I think she's hoping that she could sort of come on late here. Again, I thought her debate was pretty effective last night, the best one that she's had. You could say the same thing about Cory Booker, who wasn't even on the stage last night. Booker's had really good debates, and yet it hasn't necessarily translated to anything. So again, we just have to wait and see whether she actually got anything out of this debate other than good headlines.
Okay, Kyle, thank you so much. Always great to have you with us. That's Kyle Kondik of Sabato's Crystal Ball. Coming up, we talk with a senior advisor to one of the leading candidates up on that debate stage last night, Senator Bernie Sanders. We're joined by Jeff Weaver. That's coming up next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Full breakfast?
You know it's out there somewhere, but you just keep missing out. I'm talking about your dream job. Now it's easier to find and land your next role with the LinkedIn app. Build connections, keep in touch, and be the first to hear about new jobs. LinkedIn has more openings than applicants. And sometimes all it takes is one LinkedIn connection to land the job that's right for you. Don't miss out. Get your next big break and find the job meant for you. Download the free LinkedIn app today.
As we play out the 2010s, TuneIn's looking back at the music trends that defined the decade.
Don't believe me, just watch.
The 2010s saw the rise of the viral hit when meme-ready tracks like Gangnam Style,
Oppan Gangnam Style,
The Harlem Shake,
Do the Harlem Shake,
What Does the Fox Say?
What Does the Fox Say?
And of course, Old Town Road snowballed from internet oddities to global phenomenons.
I got the horses in the bag. Horse stock is a tag.
Keep listening to TuneIn for more trends of the 2010s.
Back to throw, fires right on the slant. Caught, touchdown.
He leaps and he surges in, touchdown.
This Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the lights shine bright on the Las Vegas Bowl. Washington Huskies head coach Chris Peterson will coach his final game before retiring as he takes on his former school, the Boise State Broncos.
Down to the 5, he leaps for the end zone, and he is in.
To listen to this and every bowl game, just search college football today.
Hey, tune-in listeners, Steve Kornacki here from NBC News. I want to tell you about a podcast I'm hosting called Article 2, Inside Impeachment. It's dedicated to bringing you the latest developments on the impeachment inquiry into President Trump. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I talk to NBC News reporters who are closest to the story to break down what's new, what matters, and what it means for the 2020 election. Search and favorite Article 2, Inside Impeachment on TuneIn.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Right now, instead of hearing this, you could be listening to the music that keeps you moving with TuneIn Premium. Find today's biggest songs and all of your favorites commercial-free. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn. The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Did you know your favorite radio stations are in your pocket? Yes, the TuneIn app lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio anywhere you want. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
With 2020 on the horizon, TuneIn continues looking back at the stories that shaped the 2010s.
In 2010, the passing of the Affordable Care Act brings Obamacare to millions of uninsured Americans. In 2015, a ruling by Supreme Court legalizes same-sex marriage across the country. And in 2018, millions of students skip school to protest for stronger gun control in the March for Our Lives.
Search news on TuneIn to be listening when the next decade's big headlines break.
Spend Christmas Day listening to the NBA on TuneIn Premium. Featuring 5 big matchups on the holiday schedule. Unwrap the action starting at 12 Eastern when the Celtics take on the Raptors in Toronto, followed by the Bucks and the 76ers at 2:30. The holiday cheers continue with the Rockets and Warriors at 5 and the Clippers and Lakers at 8. And a showdown between the Pelicans and Nuggets at 10:30. 'Tis the season with the NBA on TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Want TuneIn to remind you when the big NFL game is about to get underway? Be sure notifications are allowed on your phone and search NFL on the TuneIn app. Find the game you want to hear under events and tap Notify Me. We'll let you know exactly when it's time to listen in for kickoff.
Kids and our grandkids will have to pay off.
Absolutely, and that's why he pays for every single program that he has put forward. Let's be clear, the wealthy and large corporations have gotten huge tax cuts over the last many years. If they were paying their fair share of taxes, this deficit would start to go away. All of these foreign wars that we have had, the longest war in American history in the Middle East now, that's incredibly expensive, all supported by Republicans. So, these Republicans, so-called deficit hawks, they're really not deficit hawks. What they want to do is they want to shrink those elements of government which help working class people and middle class people. So Bernie Sanders pays for everything he advocates for. You say he's big government. I say he's a smart government candidate because he wants to make sure that the American people have a standard of living that is commensurate with the wealth of this country.
One of the things he said last night on the debate stage was that we should rethink the war on terror. We should have a different approach. You mentioned foreign wars that we've been involved in. Do you know what that rethinking would be? What would be the different approach from what we've taken so far?
Well, look, we need a foreign policy that brings countries together, that does not rely on endless perpetual warfare to get America's foreign policy goals achieved. The current president, obviously, as we have seen, is being ridiculed by other foreign leaders. He has a very divisive foreign policy. He coddles dictators around the world. We need a president who's going to have the respect of foreign leaders, who's going to bring countries together to not only deal with issues like terrorism, but also to deal with what is probably the greatest threat to the planet, which is global climate change. So that's the kind of leadership that you would get from a Bernie Sanders, somebody who wants to bring people together. And that's true not just abroad, but also here in the United States. You know, we have a very divisive administration now, which peddles in hate and division, and that has to stop in order for our country to move forward.
We're talking with Jeff Weaver. He's a senior advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders. What is the path for him to get to the nomination? Explain what the tactics or the strategy are. What does he have to do in Iowa? What does he have to do in New Hampshire? And after that?
Well, we're competing, very hard in Iowa. He did very well there last time, and we expect to do very well there again. The next state is New Hampshire, which he won by a large margin last time. Probably won't win by the same margin this time, given the large number of candidates. It'll just be a lower vote total for everybody all the way around, but to do very well there. And then Nevada, he's polling even in most polls in Nevada with Vice President Biden. He's going to do much better in South Carolina than he did last time. And then on Super Tuesday, I think you're going to see him do well all across the country. We're out here in California, which used to be very late in the calendar, is now very early in the calendar. He did exceedingly well here last time. We have a much bigger operation here than we had last time. We have, in fact, the largest operation on the ground in California of any presidential candidate. And that's going to be true in many states around this country. So it is a delegate game. Obviously, you have to win delegates in order to get the nomination. And I think that we have laid out internally a path to accumulate the number of delegates that we will need for Senator Sanders to win on the first ballot at the Democratic convention.
He, of course, is a sitting senator, as is Senator Warren. How much of a possible obstacle, impediment might it be if, in fact, we have a trial in the Senate in the month of January of impeachment of President Trump? He's got to be back there for that. Is that going to make it more difficult, particularly when he's competing against somebody like a Joe Biden, who's not going to have to be there?
Well, for sure. Obviously, he will have to do his constitutional duty and attend the trial. And we are already looking at contingency plans, how we move the senator after hours at night to Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, a little harder on the West Coast, but to move him to those early states in the evening and then fly him back to D.C. So that he can attend the trial the next day. As you know, he has one of the most energetic schedules of any presidential candidate, holds more events, always out there on the stump. So, he has the energy and stamina to do this. I don't know if others will, but he certainly does. We're already planning for that contingency.
Well, it certainly would exhaust me, so I'm impressed by that.
I can't keep up with him, I'll tell you that.
I couldn't, I'm sure. Okay, many thanks now to Jeff Weaver. He's a senior advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders. Great to have you with us today. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to talk with Wilbur Ross. He's the Secretary of Commerce about passage of the USMCA, the upcoming deal with China, and U.S. trade policy overall. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
When you want to deeply understand what's in a portfolio,
$2 billion, not what they were going for it.
Or the next big thing.
He said that from day one, they're going to be profitable.
Or why the excitement is waning.
Who are really worried about recession.
You can find out fastest at Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Messer and Jason Kelly. Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at bevel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. The House may have voted to impeach President Trump, but technically he isn't impeached unless and until the House sends those articles of impeachment over to the Senate. And it doesn't appear that Speaker Pelosi is in any great rush to do that. Here to talk about what's going on is our political panel of Jason Green. He is co-founder of SkillSmart and former associate White House counsel to President Barack Obama. Coming to us today from Washington and then from Philadelphia, the Reverend Joe Watkins. He's former aide to President George Herbert Walker Bush and now a senior consultant with Causeway Strategies. So, Jason, let me start with you. You're a lawyer. You're White House counsel. Can she do this? Can she just sit on this forever?
She can and she is. David, how are you? Good to see you. There's no intent. We've heard from the speaker that there's no intent to sit on this forever. It's no surprise, and it shouldn't hurt the conversation that's happening across the country right now to understand what's actually going to take place in the Senate before she has to do her duty to select those individuals that are going to represent the Democratic Party and the Congress in the House as this trial plays out in the Senate. So there's no indication that this is going to delay efforts across the next few months. There's some indications and rumors that there's just an attempt to delay throughout the election. There's no indication from the speaker that that's the intent here. She wants to understand what they're looking at in the Senate so that she can appoint the right people.
Well, exactly. That's the point, Joe, that what Speaker Pelosi says is, I want to see what the rules are. And, of course, the big question is there going to be a trial with witnesses and things like that, or is there just going to be some closing arguments that take place? Is there some risk, actually, for the majority leader, Mitch McConnell, that she could pick off, I think it's only 4 votes she needs from the Republicans, not on the ultimate question of conviction, but just on saying, yeah, we should call some witnesses?
Not likely. Not likely. I don't expect to see any kind of Republican defection from the speaker. I mean, from the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. I think for the most part the troops will stay with him, and he will get his wish to not call any witnesses. Just keep your eye on the poll numbers. The poll numbers tell you everything you need to know. That with regards to even the thoughtful deliberations that have taken place over the last few weeks, there's been no poll movement in terms of the American public and their opinions. Americans are not moving, are not changing their opinions. The Republicans are strongly supporting the president. As you can see in the House, he got all the Republicans, plus a couple of Democrats, one even to defect and become Republican. And on the Senate side, you'll see every Republican, even those who have made comments in the past, stick with the president. So I think that Mitch McConnell will get what he wants. I think Pelosi's smart to try, but I think McConnell will get what he wants.
So, Joe, as I say, you're a reverend. You have a church. So let me ask about apparent defections right now at Christianity Today. Because we now have an editorial from Christianity Today, an evangelical publication, to be sure, not to the right, but an evangelical publication saying, you know what, he really should be convicted for what he has done. Does that represent the possibility of a division among evangelicals in this country?
Well, it's certainly a strong statement on the part of the editor of Christianity Today, and it's a strong departure from their posture in the past. And the magazine was founded by Billy Graham back in the 1950s, and Billy Graham was very, very silent on issues of civil rights and other such matters, condemning presidents in the past. In the late 90s, of course, the magazine did make a comment about Bill Clinton, and so today they're making a comment about the impeachment of President Trump. But remember also that Franklin Graham, Billy Graham's son, was very, very quick to say that he doesn't agree with the editorial. He, of course, Franklin Graham taking the mantle from his father, who founded the Christianity Today. So Franklin Graham made it very clear that he does not stand with the editor, although the editor is doing what is, from a Christian standpoint, the Christian thing.
Jason, what about it? Is this a potential opportunity for Democrats as you go into November of 2020, if in fact you can pick off some evangelicals that we think about, and we might be wrong about this, by the way, we think about evangelicals tending to vote with Republicans these days?
I think one of the things that is a bit frustrating about where this process stands right now is where the Reverend was just talking about. He said, look at the poll numbers. That we feel that, Republican members are going to stand with the majority leader. That's not standing with the issues. That's not standing with civility. That's not standing with the Constitution. That's standing with the majority leader. And the fact that we're having to look at poll numbers, even though those poll numbers, they haven't moved, but they've still been remarkably high, suggesting that the majority of Americans have expected that this president will be impeached. And that's a really high poll number around this issue. You just think about in past impeachments, where the country was even for Bill Clinton, the number of individuals that are supporting impeachment right now for President Trump, even though it hasn't moved, has still been much higher as a plurality number across the board. So to the question that you're asking, David, then, is there an opportunity here about trying to talk to the arguably the religious right, recognizing that evangelical Christians have largely supported the Republican Party? Absolutely, but I think even more than that sort of that demographic, what we want is to really present a case to individuals that want to respect the Constitution, that want to respect the rule of law, that want to understand that there should be ethics and morality in our politics.
Well, Joe, what about it? What about the principles and the Constitution on one hand and the polls on the other side? I mean, you can say, well, it's poll numbers. At the same time, do we really want to eject a president from the White House on basically a 50-50 vote? Because although there is support for impeachment, there is not the same support for removal. The polls I've seen shows it's about right down the middle.
That's right. There's not a strong will on the part of the American people to remove the president. While the numbers aren't moving, there's no strong will to remove the president from office. And Republicans see continued strong support for the president among Republican voters, something over 90%. So very, very strong support for the president among Republicans, and equally strong support for among Democrats to impeach the president. That being said, the poll numbers really inform the elected officials. Elected officials are moved to move one way or the other based on those poll numbers.
Thank you so much. That's former Associate White House Counsel to President Barack Obama, Jason Green, and also Joe Watkins. Coming up in just a few moments from now is Wilbur Ross, the Secretary of Commerce.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Want to watch some first-run movies but hate the thought of dragging your family to the multiplex? Red Carpet Entertainment, like IMAX's Prima Cinema before it, is testing the market for ultra-rich movie lovers willing to pay up to $2,500 a pop to see first-run flicks in their home theaters, and that's after paying a $15,000 initiation fee. Red Carpet needs just 3,000 customers. It has deals with 10 distributors, including Paramount Pictures, Warner Brothers, and Lionsgate, but not Disney. So if you want to watch the latest Star Wars installment, you'll still have to join the unwashed crowds. Though maybe you won't want to. The reviews are in for Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker. It's on track to be one of the sci-fi saga's worst reviewed films since 1999's Phantom Menace. Britain's richest woman has hit the jackpot again, and it's not the Queen. Denise Coates, the 52-year-old founder and chief executive officer of Bet365 Group, pocketed nearly $500 million in salary and dividends from the online gambling leader. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
Financial leaders enjoy talking with Tom Keene and Jonathan Ferrum.
What was it like having the giant darken the door every once in a while?
Experts appreciate it when what they have to say is understood.
Do you think that we might have seen a cyclical peak in the labor market?
It's the same reason we're recommending Bloomberg Surveillance to you.
Everything you thought would happen is happening.
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. Now you're queen of your castle. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll feel empowered to own your retirement like you own your home. Go to aceyourretirement.org. Because when it comes to clearing financial hurdles, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Why has J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients, and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us #1 in client support, #1 in firm leadership, #1 in operational support, #1 in compensation, #1 in professional development support, and #1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA, a registered investment advisor. For 2019 J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. We have to get it right the first time.
We always talk about the losers in a trade war.
You benefit if you're just further away from China.
So that you can too.
What are the ramifications if she crumbles or doesn't crumble?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, I'm David Weston. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio. We are now joined on the telephone by U.S. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us. Let's start with the USMCA, that successor agreement to NAFTA. We now have it passed by the House. Give us a sense of what will be different about our trade with Canada, with Mexico, once this goes into effect.
Several things, Dave, will be different. First of all, the farmers will be helped because those two countries, Canada and Mexico, are our number one and number three markets for agricultural exports. And there have been problems with our exports imposed by the countries, particularly Canada has been very restrictive of our wheat and very restrictive of our dairy. So that's one thing. The more important thing in some ways are the new rules of origin, which will guarantee many more automotive jobs coming back to the U.S. that had been sent overseas by the poorly drafted rules of origin in the original NAFTA. We believe there'll be at least 75,000 new jobs created in automotive and a total of at least 175,000 in all sectors of the economy.
So, Mr. Secretary, give us a sense, as best you understand it. Once this goes into effect, the new USMCA, will there be more trade with Canada and Mexico or less? Because we have Senator Pat Toomey, Republican from Pennsylvania, who's come out and said, we think this is actually going to be trade restrictive rather than trade enhancing. What do you think?
I think he's simply wrong. I just don't think he understands the details of the agreement. I think he's simply wrong.
So you expect there to be more trade as a practical matter. Is there a danger, in your view, about postponing the Senate ratification of this agreement? Because as we know, Mitch McConnell, the majority leader, said we're going to wait until after a trial, if and when it happens in the Senate. As time goes on, is there a chance for various people on both sides to sort of find problems with the deal?
Oh, I don't think anybody will find problems. You saw the overwhelming bipartisan support for the deal in the House. I think there were only, 14 people voted against, so it was a landslide. And we knew it would be. The whole issue was getting Speaker Pelosi to be willing to let it come to a vote. The Senate will pass it overwhelmingly, and Senator Toomey is in a very, very small minority.
Did the Democrats improve it? We had Speaker Pelosi say that they made some changes and then actually got better. Do you agree with her?
There were some marginal changes in the enforcement mechanisms for labor and for the environment. But even without those last-minute little changes, this agreement is far better on labor and the environment than anything we've ever had in a trade agreement. Especially, it's much better than anything that was in the old NAFTA.
We're talking with Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross. Mr. Secretary, you just made a very important point that the provisions in here are better than we've ever had in any trade agreement. Will this now be a template for the administration as it negotiates future trade deals? What are the critical elements you say, we've done it there, we can do it here?
Yes, that's a very good point, and it's a very true point. The very fact that we had a specific provision saying that a certain percentage of all the imports from Canada and Mexico into the U.S. had to be at $16 an hour average factory workers' pay. That's about 4 times what Mexican workers are being paid. So the practical net effect of it was to assure that a good portion of the product brought back into NAFTA would be made in the U.S. That's a totally different concept, not only from any U.S. trade agreement. I'm not aware of it in any trade agreement that any country has had.
Secretary Ross, something else that appears to going to happen in January is a signing of what we've called the Phase 1 of a U.S.-China trade deal. I'm told there's something like an 86-page document, but we haven't seen the text yet. Why is that? When will we see the text and know exactly what's in that deal?
Well, we've had described to you by U.S. Trade Rep Bob Lighthizer what's in the deal. What's going on right now is a normal process in that trade agreements are initially written with the U.S. in English. Now it has to be translated into Chinese, and then the Chinese language version has to be conformed to the U.S. one. That's what's taking the time, and it's time well spent because it was a long, hard negotiation to get to this point. We want to make sure there's no confusion going forward.
No question, it looks like it's been a long, hard negotiation. That's certainly the way it's looked from the outside. At the same time, to what extent is the Phase 1, if I can call it this, sort of the old trade issues, things like agricultural products, manufacturing products, and yes, currency, transparency, things like that, as opposed to some of the 21st century issues like intellectual property, like artificial intelligence, like high tech?
Right. Well, that was deliberate. The idea was to deal mainly with trade, current trade, in this Phase 1 agreement. This is not the final total agreement. This is just Phase 1. So we wanted to deal particularly with agriculture, which has been so unfairly penalized by the Chinese in retaliation for our Section 301 tariffs on them. So one was agriculture. 2 was non-agriculture, other industrial products. The total of agriculture and industrial is around $100 billion per year. That's a lot. That's a 0.5 percentage point on the whole economy. So it's a huge improvement in all sectors of the economy immediately. Now, we certainly want to deal with the forced technology transfers, the unfair limitation of market access, theft of intellectual property, that whole panoply of technologically oriented problems that we've had with China. But the idea was get this first phase in, get it going, and build confidence toward the more difficult and more complicated issues. Those issues, these high-tech issues, very likely will require legislation through the Congress in China. That's a difficult thing to get a country to do, has to be done very carefully, has to be done very meticulously. Third is the enforcement. And there's a very good enforcement mechanism in this Phase 1, and I'm sure something like it will carry over to the subsequent phases. What it basically says in Phase 1, if the Chinese do not live up to their agreement, then there's a 90-day process of consultation, at the end of which, if we're not satisfied, we can impose unilaterally retaliation on them. Most likely that would mean raising some tariffs on some products or adding products to the tariff list. It's the first time there's been that kind of an enforcement mechanism in any trade agreement.
We're talking with U.S. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross. Secretary Ross, related to China, although apparently not part of Phase 1, is Huawei and the sensitive issues there. Where are you right now? Because you have to approve the waivers there. Where is that process?
Well, we put Huawei on the entity list some while ago, and what that means is any product that is on the normal restricted list namely because it could be militarily sensitive or otherwise adverse to our national policy. Anybody wanting to export any of those products needs to get a special license from the Commerce Department. And there's a whole process for applying for that and then granting it. Way over 200 such applications have been submitted, and we've been gradually responding to them. We're being very cautious about granting exclusions because this is a very, very important and very sensitive area. But we have been granting some licenses for things that are not endangering our policy or our security.
Mr. Secretary, let's talk about steel for a moment, because U.S. Steel is in the news today as they announce that they're going to have layoffs, they're going to cut back on their dividends, they're going to have some losses. One of President Trump's priorities was really helping the U.S. steel industry, in part through tariffs. And in fact, there have even been tariffs announced for Argentina and Brazil. I don't believe they've gone into effect yet. Is that policy working? Is it helping the U.S. steel industry the way it was expected? And if not, is there a plan B?
You know, if you read the whole announcement from U.S. Steel, what's really happening is the plant that they're closing down has historically been a very high-cost facility. It was built something like in 1935. Meanwhile, they've been investing hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in new, more modern facilities, particularly in Pennsylvania. So what's happening is they're rationalizing a bit their production so that they will be more fully competitive in the future as we continue to go forward. They also will be cooperating with GM and Ford, both of whom are adding lots of workers in those very same geographies. And the hope is that a lot of the workers temporarily displaced by U.S. Steel will find employment, hopefully, at Ford or GM or other parts of the manufacturing industry.
So do I take it from that in your view and the president's view, the steel approach is the right approach and it's working the way the administration wanted it to work when you put the tariffs into place?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear what you were saying.
What I was asking is whether you and the president believe that the steel policy of the administration is working. That is to say, when you put the tariffs into effect, this is the expected result.
Well, the expected result that has happened is that there has been much more capital invested in both the steel and the aluminum industries. And on balance, they both have added jobs. Those were our objectives, to get capital invested so that those industries would be globally competitive and on balance to have more jobs than before.
And should we expect tariffs to go into effect on steel from Argentina and Brazil in the near future?
Well, Argentina and Brazil have been announced by the president as targets for tariffs. I think you're aware that they have been on a quota system in any event, so it's not that they have not been without restriction. It's just the question, is the most effective way to do that quotas, or is the most effective way tariffs?
Okay, many, many thanks to Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross joining us today on the telephone. For our television viewers, we're going to be joining now Real Yield in Progress. Balance of Power will continue on Bloomberg Radio. Jacob Kierkegaard of the Peterson Institute will join us. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pelleton. Up day on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ continuing to trade at records. Equities moving higher alongside European stocks as investors count down to the holiday break. Here's where we stand right now. S&P 500 index up 18 points. That's a gain of just about 0.6%. Right now, the S&P is at 3223. The Dow up 125 points, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 41, a gain of 0.5%. We've got the 10-year up 132nd. The yield now 1.91%. You heard it here live on Bloomberg Radio and Television. An interview with the U.S. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross touching on a number of topics, including trade and China and that Phase 1 agreement.
This is not the final total agreement. This is just Phase 1. So we wanted to deal particularly with agriculture, which has been so unfairly penalized by the Chinese in retaliation for our Section 301 tariffs on them.
In the meantime, analysts are boosting the outlook for China's economy, which has been targeted by U.S. tariffs. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinidel Giudice.
Forecasters say China's economy will expand at a 5.9% pace next year as easing trade tensions and the prospect of lower bank borrowing costs boost confidence. That's a slight upgrade from the November survey, which was tallied before the White House and Beijing agreed to a Phase 1 trade deal to lower barriers. This year, the Chinese economy is projected to grow by 6.1%. Vinidel Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And some of the stocks we're watching today, Carnival Corporation shares rallying 7.8%, jumping the most in a decade after earnings and its 2020 outlook topped expectations as the company made adjustments to mitigate effects from the weak European market. Carnival, which is the largest cruise operator and has significant exposure to continental Europe, says it was able to meet the challenges in part through adjusting itineraries and effective marketing. Again, we've got Carnival advancing for a second day, up now by just about 7.8%. United Airlines Holdings has decided to give up on flying the Boeing 737 MAX jet until June, 2 months longer than rival U.S. carriers. As the regulatory fate of the grounded aircraft remains unclear, the MAX will be removed from its schedule until June 4th. American Airlines and Southwest Airlines, the other U.S. MAX operators, recently removed the plane from service until April. UAL, parent of United, up today by 0.6%. Nike reported earnings last night. Shares slumping today, down 1.6% right now. Nike is at $99.55, pulling back from yesterday's record. Sundar Pichai is getting a hefty pay raise. The new Alphabet CEO getting $240 million in stock awards. Recapping stocks are S&P up 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much, Charlie Pellet. From the Interactive Brokers Studio, this is Balance of Power. I'm David Weston. The United Kingdom moved a step closer to leaving the European Union today when Parliament voted for Prime Minister Boris Johnson's Brexit plan, which will have Great Britain out of the EU by the end of the January. This is what the Prime Minister had to say about the urgency.
Now is the time to act. Now is the time to act together as one reinvigorated nation, one united kingdom, filled with renewed confidence in our national destiny and determined at last to take advantage of the opportunities that now lie before us.
We welcome now Jacob Kierkegaard. He's Senior Fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington. So, Jacob, thank you so much for being with us. First of all, for those of us not steeped in British parliamentary procedure, exactly what did they vote on today?
Well, today they voted on the withdrawal agreement that Boris Johnson struck with the rest of the EU that basically sort of governs the circumstances under which the United Kingdom will leave the EU, and especially dictates that there's going to be a transition period until the end of 2020 where sort of the status quo prevails, so to speak. So basically, this is a divorce settlement, and now they have to negotiate their future relationship.
Yeah, so that gets them out, but it doesn't say what happens after December 31 of 2020. How elaborate is that process of figuring out what the relationship is going forward as opposed to just the divorce? Now we have to talk about, I guess, child custody and alimony, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, the most pressing issue is that there isn't much time. The withdrawal agreements say that by mutual consent, the transition period can be extended for up to 2 years, but that decision has to be taken by July 1st. So we're literally talking about just a few months to negotiate what is a very deep and very complex economic and political relationship between the two economies. And as I see it, there are really only two ways you can do that if you want to avoid a no deal. Either Boris Johnson settles for a very quick and shallow trade agreement that basically covers only goods and then leaves everything else for some time in the future, or Boris Johnson does another massive U-turn, like what he did on Northern Ireland earlier this year, and basically uses his new parliamentary majority to sign up to a very close relationship with the EU, something like, the Norway option, as it's usually called, that keeps the UK in the internal market and the customs union. Short of that, I don't think you have the time, and therefore, the risk of a no deal is still very real.
So what you just described sounds like a pretty big fork in the road. Those are two very different directions. Do we have any indication from the Prime Minister, perhaps in the appointments he's made to the Cabinet and other ancillary things, of which direction he's inclined to go in?
Well, so far we have a couple of hints. First of all, in the bill they voted on today, he basically outlawed asking for an extension of the transition period. Now, that may not mean very much because obviously Parliament can change a law again in the future. But then he has also struck promises he made to the Labour Party about maintaining workers' rights and other safety procedures in line with existing EU regulations. He's no longer bound by that, and he has made probably an even more important announcement, which is that UK courts at all levels can once the UK is out of the EU, challenge existing EU regulations and under the common law system, basically change the law through passing rules that, passing judgments that, go against these EU rules that thereby will change. So indications are that he wants a shallow deal. He wants a clean break from the EU. But at the same time, we've kind of seen that story before. This was also what he indicated, back in October when he said he'd rather, be dead in the ditch rather than extend the Article 50 procedure. And then when the going got tough, that's what he did. So we shall see. But it is indeed a fork in the road, but I don't think anything is cut in stone just yet.
So one of the things that's terribly important to the Bloomberg audience is the banking system, the financial system. And we now have a new head of the Bank of England who came from the regulatory side. And there are some people, it actually was written in the Bloomberg today, that maybe this makes it a little bit easier to have the Brexit because he would really be very sophisticated about how to disentangle, where to disentangle, where not. And I guess in the past he said that maybe the British banking system would be better off without all the EU regulations. Does the appointment of Andrew Bailey give you any indication of whether it might be easier or harder on the financial system?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that in Andrew Bailey you get an extremely competent insider that, as you mentioned, is fully up to speed, knows where all the skeletons might be located with regards to Brexit, and therefore is able to hit the ground running in a way that if you had appointed, an outsider like Mark Carney was when he first arrived in London, would have been a very different issue. So this is clearly, if you like, a belt and suspenders type of appointment that certainly makes it clear that, means that the British financial system is in about as capable hands as it can be once Brexit happens.
Jacob, in the meantime, at the same time, Prime Minister Johnson has come forward with the Queen's speech and his own initiatives to have a fairly broad agenda for his new government. How does that fit with the Brexit component? I
think it fits in the sense that the biggest shift that Boris Johnson has announced relative to the last 9 years of conservative government really is a lot of spending commitments. He has moved to lock in significant additional financing of the British health system. He wants to do tax cuts and other things. So basically, he's clearly ending austerity in the UK and moving to a much more activist fiscal policy, which, from a macroeconomic point of view, probably makes a lot of sense in the sense that almost irrespective of what kind of Brexit or what kind of hard Brexit you get, either a shallow deal or no deal, that's going to be a significant negative supply shock to the UK economy, and a bit of fiscal stimulus to cap that off or to counter that probably is not a bad idea.
Okay, Jacob, it's always a delight to have you with us. That's Jacob Kierkegaard of the Peterson Institute for International Economics down in Washington. Now, we have all been focused on the roles of the House and the Senate in the impeachment process, but the Chief Justice of the United States, John Roberts, will also have a major role to play as well when they get around to actually having a trial in the Senate. We talk about that role with Bloomberg Supreme Court reporter Greg Storr. That is coming up next on Balance of Power, and we are on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks continue to advance. The Dow was up 125 points to 28,503. S&P 500 up 0.5%. The Nasdaq up 0.4%. The pre-Christmas news from U.S. Steel was harsh. A lot of workers will be facing unemployment in the new year. The industrial giant plans to close part of its Great Lakes works in Detroit, which will result in the loss of 1,500 workers. In deals, IAC Interactive has agreed to buy Care.com, the online marketplace for caregivers, for about $500 million. And if you're thinking about buying a new vehicle, well, Fiat Chrysler says it has 70,000 unsold autos that dealers didn't even order, so it's offering deep discounts like the ones it pushed in 2008 during the depths of the recession. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
You know your body, and you know when something's off, when something doesn't feel quite right. Don't ignore symptoms like fatigue, joint pain, rashes, and fever. They could be signs of lupus. Listen to your body. Take care of yourself. We're here to help you take control of your health. Learn how at BeFierceTakeControl.org. Brought to you by the Lupus Foundation of America and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
The Bloomberg Business of Sports podcast.
How did the Yankees become this mega valuable team?
Where the money is flowing inside sports around the globe.
From the marketing perspective, where are the dollars spent?
From union heads to team owners, Scott Soshnick and Michael Barr speak to the names that power this multi-billion-dollar industry.
Boston Red Sox CEO Sam Kennedy.
National Hockey League Commissioner Gary Bettman.
Bloomberg Business of Sports. Listen today on Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. Are you interested in a challenging...
How's work? If you're not loving your job and you're getting those Sunday blues, now's the time to make a change. With a LinkedIn app, it's now easier to find and land the job meant for you. There are millions of jobs on offer, and the LinkedIn app helps you hear about them first. Research shows applying within the first 10 minutes increases your chances of hearing back by up to 4 times. Stay in the know and grow your career. Download the free LinkedIn app today.
Christmas. A time for celebrating, unwrapping, and unwinding. Capture every moment with an epic iPhone 6S with a 12-megapixel camera. Now only $12.99 a month from Tesco Mobile, saving you £72. It's just one of the ways we're celebrating 100 years of great value. Go in store or search Tesco Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Saving £2 per month over 36 months was £14.99. 36-month credit and rolling monthly usage agreements required. Subject to status. Terms apply. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Christmas. A time for celebrating, unwrapping, and unwinding. Capture every moment with an epic iPhone 6S with a 12-megapixel camera. Now only $12.99 a month from Tesco Mobile, saving you £72. It's just one of the ways we're celebrating 100 years of great value. Go in store or search Tesco Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Saving £2 per month over 36 months was £14.99. 36-month credit and rolling monthly usage agreements required. Subject to status. Terms apply. See tescomobile.com/terms.
In the stock market and in life, everything can change from 1 minute to the next. Be the first to hear the latest money news and market trends with CNBC on TuneIn. Wherever your day takes you, listen to CNBC's full slate of programming, including shows like Fast Money, Squawk Box, and Mad Money with Jim Cramer. And when the next big business story breaks, CNBC lets you know with live updates and commentary. At the office, at home, or on the go. Search CNBC on TuneIn to listen.
Introducing a new podcast, ESPN Daily. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Mina Kimes. Listen now to ESPN Daily on TuneIn.
Right now, instead of hearing this, you could be listening to the music that keeps you moving with TuneIn Premium. Find today's biggest songs and all of your favorites commercial-free. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
Coming up on Balance of Power, when President Trump stands trial in the Senate on the impeachment articles, what will be Chief Justice John Roberts' role as the presiding official? We're joined by my colleague June Grasso to talk about something the country has seen only twice before in its history. But first, let's get a market check with Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, David Weston. Happy Friday. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all trading at records right now. 17-point jump in the S&P now at 32.22, up by 0.6%. A Bloomberg exclusive. You heard it live right here on Bloomberg Radio and Television. We spoke with U.S. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross, who talked about a number of topics, including the USMCA trade deal with Mexico and Canada.
The more important thing in some ways are the new rules of origin, which will guarantee many more automotive jobs coming back to the U.S. that had been sent overseas by the poorly drafted rules of origin in the original NAFTA.
Equities are moving higher alongside European stocks today as investors count down to the holiday break. Indeed, a holiday-shortened trading week next week. The dollar, 10-year Treasury's gaining. We've got the 10-year up 132nd. The yield now 1.91%. But the Santa Claus rally continues. S&P up 17 to 32.22, up by 0.6%. The Dow up 120, up 0.4, and NASDAQ up 41. That is a gain of 0.5%. Gold down 0.1%, 14.77 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, 60.26 a barrel. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P another record up 17, up 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. The Balance of Power continues. Once again, here is David Weston.
Thanks so much, Charlie Pellet. The Constitution provides for impeachment in a mere 134 words, and 14 of those words are addressed to the Chief Justice of the United States, saying that, quote, when the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside. To take us through what may be packed into those 14 words, we're joined now by my colleague June Grasso and by Bloomberg Supreme Court reporter Greg Stohr. So, Greg, you're the person to talk to because you've actually talked to John Roberts before he was Chief Justice Roberts on this subject. What'd you learn?
I did. That was 21 years ago. He was a law clerk to William Rehnquist, who is both his predecessor as Chief Justice and the last Chief Justice to preside over an impeachment trial. That was, of course, of Bill Clinton. And what I asked John Roberts about then, when he was a private lawyer, was just, how William Rehnquist was going to manage things, how he was going to handle being Chief Justice during the morning and preside over an impeachment trial in the afternoon. Rehnquist had written actually a book on impeachment, so he knew an awful lot. And what John Roberts told me was, hey, if anybody can do this job, it's William Rehnquist, and now it's going to be John Roberts who has to do it.
But Greg, I wonder if the lifting isn't too terribly heavy, because I think that the role is significantly less than what a typical trial judge has. I mean, he's circumscribed in what he can really decide, as opposed to just asking for a vote, right?
Yeah, that is almost certainly the case on the big issues. Not only does the Senate set the rules, and the Chief Justice's job is basically to enforce those rules, but if there is an issue that comes up, the Chief can put it to the Senate for a vote, and you can imagine he would likely do that in any really big issue. It's possible, though, that there will be some smaller issues where he will say, I don't want to put everything to a vote. If there are smaller issues, we may see him acting on those things. They may not be the most controversial, but they could be.
So, Greg, I wonder about something else. As we've discussed before, the chief has made a habit of pointing out that the court is above the political fray, and he brings that up a lot. Will he be able to stay above the political fray in the arena that he's going to be in, a very partisan type of trial? More partisan, it seems, than what Rehnquist had to undertake.
Yeah, certainly more partisan than back in the Clinton impeachment. He's going to try to stay above the fray, no question about that. And part of it will depend on the extent to which he will have to rule on any significant matters. If indeed he doesn't have to, it will be a little bit easier. It is something, he's really a singular figure in American life right now, in public life, as somebody who has really prided himself on being nonpartisan, tried to cultivate that image. Not everybody would agree with it. So he might be uniquely positioned to be able to lend a certain amount of order and regularity to what could be almost certainly will be a very divisive process.
During Rehnquist's time, he had a relatively light docket when he was presiding over the Clinton impeachment trial. What kind of docket will Roberts have?
Well, the court as a whole, for the whole term, has a pretty big docket, including those cases that the court agreed to take up a few weeks ago involving whether subpoenas for President Trump's financial information will have to be turned over to a grand jury and to Congress. But in terms of what the court will be handling right when Roberts is there presiding over the impeachment trial, it's not a huge month. That may be by design. They scheduled a few, not quite as many arguments as usual. They have a significant religion case involving Montana and assistance for private school tuition. They have a case involving the Bridgegate scandal where a couple aides to Chris Christie were convicted for their roles in that. Look, significant cases, but not the blockbusters that the court has in other parts of the term.
How much will the court of the Senate, if I can put it that way, be sitting? I mean, how many hours a day? How many days a week?
Well, the rules say that it will start in the afternoon. What happened with the Clinton impeachment trial was that there were a couple breaks in it for various reasons. We don't really know for sure, in part because we don't even know for certain yet whether there will be witnesses called, for example. That's something that could make the process take a lot longer. It could well be, as Mitch McConnell seems to indicate he wants, a very bare bones trial that won't take very long at all, but a lot of that's still to be sorted out.
Well, I have to say the chief is used to presiding over what you call a hot bench, especially when Justice Scalia was on it. So maybe he's ready for this.
Yeah, in one sense, he's probably as ready as anybody would be. In another sense, somebody mentioned this to me when I was reporting the story that I had out today. It reminded me that he's somebody who's never been a trial judge, so he's never had to handle, ruling on things from the bench. He is used to hearing arguments. He goes back and deliberates with his colleagues and takes a few months to write an opinion. He's not somebody who's had to deal even in a courtroom with having to make snap decisions decisions, and now he's going to be, making decisions or potentially making decisions not only on the spot, but also dealing with Senate rules that he's not even familiar with. He's, more familiar with things like the federal rules of civil and criminal procedure.
But Greg, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that Bill Rehnquist sat as a trial judge either. He was a senior official in the Justice Department before he went to the court. And going back, he did practice law, but he was not a trial judge, was he? So maybe it's similar.
No, he wasn't. You're right. And Rehnquist relied, as Roberts almost certainly will, on the Senate parliamentarian who he'll be able to consult with her, and she'll be an expert for how to handle things. And we'll also have the assistance of a guy named Jeff Menier, who is basically his administrative assistant over at the Supreme Court, a former Supreme Court advocate, to help walk him through that. And I'm also sure that Roberts has been reading up on what Rehnquist went through as well.
I'm 100% sure that there's one way that Roberts and Rehnquist will differ, and that's that Chief Justice Roberts won't have that braiding on his robes that Justice Rehnquist had, a la Gilbert and Sullivan.
Yes, from Gilbert and Sullivan. Actually, that's where he got the idea.
Yeah, the operetta Iolanthe, the Lord Chancellor, at least in a version of the operetta that Rehnquist saw, apparently had 4 stripes on each sleeve. Chief Justice Roberts abandoned that. He will almost certainly be in a plain black robe.
But in fairness to Chief Justice Rehnquist, if he needs best to treat him fairly, he didn't start that. It was Warren Burger. He didn't have the stripes, the gold stripes, but Warren Burger actually had this silver chain that he put on his robes at the top. That was sort of a decoration, and it was quite controversial when it happened. Well, said, what is he doing with that silver chain on?
Right. The female justices have Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg has a lot of different collars and things. So
she does. Yeah.
All's fair.
So, Greg, I think you want to do a piece on the fashions of Supreme Court justices. That would be a high right? Okay. Thank you so much to our Supreme Court reporter, Greg Stohr. It's great also to have June Grasso with us, as always. It is Friday today, and that means it's time for a sports recap from the folks who bring us the business of sports every single week. Bloomberg's Eben Novy-Williams will be joining us. That's next on Bloomberg Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Why is delivering the best client experience a top priority at BNY Mellon's Pershing? Michelle Feinstein, Director of Client Engagement, explains.
Today's investors want a financial relationship that's on demand, customized, and leverages the latest digital technology. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, helping advisory firms and broker-dealers create great experiences for their clients is our priority. Through our integrated wealth experience, we give you a high-touch service, flexible technology choices, and expert insights, so you can deliver a highly personalized experience to your clients at every step, from onboarding to wealth planning, to performance analysis and more. And because we're part of BNY Mellon, you'll benefit from more than 230 years of strength and stability. At Pershing, we're personally invested in your success.
Visit Pershing.com to learn more about Pershing's integrated wealth experience. Pershing LLC and Pershing Advisor Solutions LLC are both members of FINRA and SIPC.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
In-depth.
Be honest. How much attention are you really paying to this advert? 25%? Maybe 30% if you're sitting in traffic and the kids have stopped arguing? What about 0%? Well, now's the time to give 0% attention, because for a limited time only, the entire Mini range is available with 0% APR. All you need to decide is which Mini is perfect for you. Good to know we've now got 100% of your attention. Search 0% Mini to find out more. Who's in? Minimum 25% deposit on 24-month select agreements for new models registered by 31st of December 2019 at participating retailers, subject to availability. Excludes Mini Electric. UK residents age 18 plus. Guarantees may be required. Mileage and other conditions apply if you return the vehicle. T's and C's apply. Mini UK, a trading name of BMW UK Limited, is a credit broker, not a lender.
Far wing, elevates, triple bucket.
The war of the crowd. The shot clock ticks down. Will the ball go in? The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. And the replays just don't cut it.
The sideline, the man bleeds for 3.
TuneIn Premium brings you every minute of the NBA season streaming live, so you can be there when it matters most. Hear it now, hear it live on TuneIn.
Pump fake in the lane, turnaround jumper from 8 feet is good on the
Search
right
NBA today to start listening.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught, it is in for the right side for the touchdown to Keenan.
Search NFL today.
It was 1970, and a pregnant Air Force captain found herself in a bind.
If you're pregnant, you cannot be active duty. If you have a child, you cannot be active duty.
So she sued. This week, On the Media examines the case that almost set the course for women's reproductive rights. Instead, to Justice Ginsburg's dismay, we got Roe v. Wade. On this week's On the Media from WNYC. Listen to the On the Media podcast on TuneIn today.
Cutting for the end, scores! On the goal line, Marshawn scores!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
And tucks it home!
And with this team, it's really fun to be a part of a team like that.
You can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium. From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
He leaps and he surges in, touchdown!
It is college football bowl season on TuneIn today. At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, the bowl season kicks off from the beautiful Bahamas.
Back to throw, fires right on the slant, caught, touchdown!
The Charlotte 49ers will be playing their first bowl game in school history. They'll be matched up against the Buffalo Bulls. Don't miss the first bowl game of the season. To listen to this and every bowl game, just search college football today.
As we play out the 2010s, TuneIn's looking back at the music trends that defined the decade. The 2010s saw yet another revolution in the way we listen to music. With music fans giving up CDs and digital downloads for streaming services and internet radio like TuneIn. At the same time, vinyl sales continue to rise to levels not seen since the format's original decline. Keep listening to TuneIn for more trends of the 2010s.
We can't make traffic move faster during rush hour. But we can help you catch up on the news with TuneIn. With live around-the-clock news from MSNBC.
In the UK, they're significantly worse. When the president gets up to the podium...
CNBC and Fox News Talk.
The Fox News poll sizing up the race for 2020 found that each of the 5 top Democrats...
You can use your stop and go for good by staying in touch with the world. Search news to hear what's happening now.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all trading at records. It is a quadruple witching Friday. Stocks are gaining alongside European stocks as investors count down to the holiday break. Right now, we've got the S&P 500 index up 17 to a record 3222. That's a gain of 0.5%. The Dow up 118 points, up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 40, a gain of 0.5. The 10-year up 1/32 with a yield of 1.91%. Gold down 0.1%, $14.77 the ounce, and crude oil declining 1.5% today, close to $60 a barrel, $60.25 on WTI. Brent crude $65.92, down 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much to Charlie Pellet, live from the Interactive Broker Studio. This is Balance of Power. I'm David Weston. It is Friday, which means we got to turn to sports. Welcome now, Bloomberg's Eben Novy-Williams and Scott Soshnick. They cover sports for Bloomberg and are co-hosts of the Business of Sports podcast, and we hear them every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So let's start with those charges, once again, of cheating by the New England Patriots. I can't believe we're doing this again. With a film crew, as I understand it, taping a rival on the sideline, something Coach Belichick swears he and his coaches just had nothing to do with. He doesn't want to hear about it.
I don't have anything to add to it. I don't know how many times I need to say that.
Yeah, so you have to feel sorry for Bill Belichick. I mean, he's just beleaguered by these charges.
That was eloquent. That was the most verbose I've ever heard of. Yeah, that was eloquent. I love that. And I thank you, Bill, for those polysyllabic grunts.
So what gave rise to this? What was the film crew doing there?
Well, what the Patriots say they were doing is they were filming a segment, sort of a content piece on the job at an advanced scout. They have a piece for the Patriots to do your job. That's Patriots' the Patriots catchphase.
But they were working for the Patriots.
They were working for the Patriots, but the Patriots say, listen, we hired somebody to do this. This was a contractor. So they're admitting that what the violation occurred. They're just saying it wasn't intentional, and let's separate the Patriots from this contractor that we hired. They should have known the rules, but didn't.
And on Sunday, we got our first glimpse of this video, and there are apparently minutes and minutes long of the Cincinnati Bengals sideline and players running on and off as they're substituting and coaches are making play calls. So it certainly doesn't look great, right? It looks like...
It wouldn't look great in any situation, but they've been there before. You'd think they'd be a little super sensitive on this subject. Even if it's a freelance crew, you'd say, by the way, please don't do that.
If there's one NFL team that needs to be triply reminding even its contract videographers, these are the rules and we can't break them, it would be the New England Patriots.
I think there's maybe a little bit of NASCAR in Belichick and Kraft. Like if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. You just get the sense that they really go for every little advantage that they can get. And then if they get caught, say, throw your hands in the air, sorry, or, well, this shouldn't have happened, but they do have quite a bit of success.
I think there's a good kind of parallel between this and what we saw out of the Houston Astros earlier this year, right? Which is another team who was using technology to bend the rules, maybe break the rules. It's a lot of it is not written exactly codified in baseball what you are and are not allowed to do. But look, everything the Patriots recorded is something their advanced scout is allowed to look at with his own eyes. He's just not allowed to use technology to tape it, right? In the same way that baseball signs, you're allowed to look at them with your own eyes if you're standing on second base, but you're not allowed to use technology to record it. It just seems like there's a kind of a thin line there that maybe these sports would be a little bit, would do a better job of defining in the future.
Well, if you're looking for every conceivable advantage, one way to do it might be making sure your players show up for every single appointment with every single trainer and every other thing, and fine them like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
How about that? Sounds like Tom Coughlin talking. Well, you'll like this one, David. Like when Coughlin was the coach of the Giants, he was famous for, if you're 5 minutes early, you're late. It's a very military background. If you're 5 minutes early, you're late. Well, guess what the Jaguars did the first thing they did when Coughlin was told that he's being relieved of his duties, they changed the clocks. They put it back to normal time.
I did not know
Nobody's on Tom Coughlin time anymore. And you could sense that the players had this huge sigh of relief that he's the president of football, whatever he was. You have to listen to what he says, but you just got a sense that the players were like, thank God, like this is over.
But Eben, they didn't really pay attention until, as I understand it, the Players League basically said, don't go play there. You don't want to play there because it's just not worth it.
The NFLPA earlier this week sent out a letter to its players essentially saying 25% of the recent grievances filed by players against NFL teams have been filed specifically against the Jaguars. And to weigh that as a decision when they're considering what team to sign with if they're free agents, that's a bad look, obviously, and it's no surprise, I don't think, that Chad Kahn, the owner of the Jaguars, decided maybe it's time to make a change at the top of the organization here and see if we can bring in someone else.
All on the heels of an arbitrator ruling against the Jaguars, and they had to refund almost $750,000 to one player.
Dante Fowler, was fined 25 different times a couple off seasons ago because he was repeatedly missing quote unquote mandatory medical meetings. Turns out none of those were allowed to be mandatory, and he got that $700,000.
Well, and for me, if this were a team meeting, if this were a practice or something like that, would it be different? I mean, is there more leeway to say, no, you got to show up. This is an official team meeting. We've got important stuff to do.
What you'll quickly learn is everything in pro sports, and that goes down to your charitable appearances, is laid out in the collective bargaining agreement, what the team can and cannot ask you to do or demand of you. If you choose to violate one of those terms and be fined, and plenty of players do, those optional practices sometimes during the offseason, players get paid to show up at those. It's in their contract, it's in the CBA. Some you can, some you can't. And the Jaguars certainly must have known what they could levy penalties for. And in this case, the arbitrator left it quite clear this was not one of those circumstances.
So let's spend a minute on a serious subject, which is David Stern, a longtime head of the NBA. We all know him. And he's not well now. He's been stricken. And it's a major blow, potentially, to all professional sports.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, David is one of the kings, the titans of sports business. When Adam Silver took over for David, I thought it was very interesting that the cover of the Business Week that week was CEO succession. And that we see businesses of all sorts struggle with some sort of plan for the future. And they could have looked to David, who groomed his replacement. And as we've seen, this seamless transition into the next commissioner. The fact that David had the forethought to lay it out, lay some sort of patchwork to people how to do it.
This is such an important point because I've seen a fair number of CEO successions, and it almost never works because by definition, if you're a successful CEO, as David Stern was, you have a big ego, you have a lot of strong willpower, and you don't believe anybody can come after you. And maybe sometimes you don't even want them to be able to succeed after you. David Stern was certainly larger than life when he ran the NBA, and yet he did make that transition to Adam Silver, and it's better done than I can think of any other CEOs.
And they have drastically different leadership styles.
Yeah,
it's not like
the two core qualities of David in leadership and management: micromanagement and fear. Yeah. Those were David's principles. They are not Adam Silver's principles.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of younger listeners out there, people don't realize what the NBA, the state of the league was when David Stern took over in the 80s. Right? I don't even think the finals weren't even on TV.
Tape
right?
delay finals.
Tape delay finals.
Too black, too drugged out. David had a real chore in his hand. His first broadcast deal, I love when David told me the story the first time. It's like the network came to him and said, "We'd like to give you X to be able to show your games." And David said, "Wait, you want to pay me?" And so he said, "My answer was yes. I will take it." I mean, it's simple as that. You'd like to pay me? Yes, we'll take it.
And another big legacy, and it was in the news, for other reasons a couple months ago, but the NBA's presence in China, basketball's popularity in China was a vision that David had, that he pushed that long before other U.S.-based sports leagues were thinking, oh man, there's a whole other, there's a world out there that we could potentially profit on in the
Digital
future.
Dave long before people were talking about OTT and direct-to-consumer.
And a very important figure in the community here in New York as well. At Columbia and other places, he was a very important force in New York.
I mean, David going back to working at his father's deli in Queens, slicing the meat and talking about Harry the Horse Gallatin with the fans. I mean, he has New York in his DNA, yes.
It's wonderful when you get to live with a legend, know a legend, actually, and you know it at the time. This is a legend.
Every time I dealt with David, I always felt like some people think they're the smartest person in the room, but you always got the sense you really were talking to the smartest guy in the room.
Many thanks to Scott Sashnick and Evan Rovey Williams, and tune to their Business Sports podcast every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Deep understanding in record time.
You know it's out there somewhere, but you just keep missing out. I'm talking about your dream job. Now it's easier to find and land your next role with the LinkedIn app. Build connections, keep in touch, and be the first to hear about new jobs. LinkedIn has more openings than applicants. And sometimes all it takes is one LinkedIn connection to land the job that's right for you. Don't miss out. Get your next big break and find the job meant for you. Download the free LinkedIn app today.
When it comes to music, I've heard it all. Pink Floyd, Sean Paul, Slipknot. But in the Witch Test Lab, hearing isn't enough. When we test headphones, we really listen. Not just to the music, but to the stuff that gets in the way. The traffic, the chatter, all that. Mind the gap. We simulate the loudest commute to find you the headphones that cancel out the noise. So you know we're only recommending the best.
Which tests harder so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
Christmas, a time for celebrating, unwrapping and unwinding. Capture every moment with an epic iPhone 6S with a 12-megapixel camera. Now only $12.99 a month from Tesco Mobile, saving you £72. It's just one of the ways we're celebrating 100 years of great value. Go in store or search Tesco Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Saving £2 per month over 36 months was £14.99. 36-month credit and rolling monthly usage agreements required. Subject to status. Terms apply. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Christmas. A time for celebrating, unwrapping, and unwinding. Capture every moment with an epic iPhone 6S with a 12-megapixel camera. Now only $12.99 a month from Tesco Mobile, saving you £72. It's just one of the ways we're celebrating 100 years of great value. Go in store or search Tesco Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Saving £2 per month over 36 months was £14.99. 36-month credit and rolling monthly usage agreements required. Subject to status. Terms apply. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Want TuneIn to remind you when the big NFL game is about to get underway? Be sure notifications are allowed on your phone and search NFL on the TuneIn app. Find the game you want to hear under events and tap Notify Me. We'll let you know exactly when it's time to listen in for kickoff.
Heading for the net, scores! On the goal line, Marshawn scores!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
And tucks it home!
And with this team, it's really fun to be a part of a team like that.
And you can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium. From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today. Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
And live from our Bloomberg 99.1 studio in Washington, D.C., I'm Jason Kelly. Carol Masser is off. She was on the morning shift, and lucky for me, a special co-host, David Rubenstein, co-founder of the Carlyle Group, well-known philanthropist, investor. You're a multi-hyphenate, my friend. It's good to have you.
My pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
All right. We've got a fun show ahead. We're going to talk about trade. We're going to talk about impeachment. We're going to talk about investing. So many things to get to. First, let's get back to New York and Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. Happy Friday to you both. And let's talk about records. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are continuing to push higher on this Friday, the last full trading week of 2019. S&P up today by 16 at a record 32.22, up 0.5%. Equities advancing alongside European stocks as investors count down to the holiday break. The Dow up 116 points, up 0.4%, 28,493, and NASDAQ up 40 at a record 89.27, a gain there of 0.5%. 10-year up 132nd with a yield of 1.91%. Gold lower a little, change down about $1 the ounce, down 0.1%, and a retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.4%, $60.34 a barrel. So again, recapping U.S. equity markets, they are at records as we head into the weekend. S&P up 16, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to a special edition of Bloomberg Business Week live from the nation's capital. I'm Jason Kelly, alongside David Rubenstein, co-founder, co-chairman of the Carlyle Group. So, David, catching our breath here a little bit, another record day on Wall Street.
It's hard to believe it can keep going on. I've been amazed, and I think most people would not have predicted this 1 or 2 months ago. I think that 1 or 2 months ago, people thought the steam was coming out, and now the steam is kind of heating up. So I wish I could explain it, but I really cannot.
Absolutely. Well, and if you can't explain it, I'm not sure who can, but we will turn to set the Business Week agenda with a guy who watches the markets every day, Dave Wilson, stocks editor, author of The Chart and Stock of the Day. He's back in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. So, Dave, come on in here. What are you seeing underneath this trade?
You've got all 11 of the main industry groups in the S&P 500 higher, which really kind of jumps out. I mean, some of the more defensive areas of the market leading the way, you know, consumer staples, food, beverage, tobacco, healthcare, utilities. But on the other side of the coin, you look at what's going on with the cruise line owners, and they're really leading the way here, especially Carnival, up more than 7%, biggest gain in the S&P 500. Their fiscal fourth quarter earnings beat analyst average estimate in the Bloomberg survey by the most in 2 years. Revenue came out ahead. Their outlook for the current fiscal year also positive. You put it all together, you've got Royal Caribbean and Norwegian Cruise Line up by about 3.5%, also lifting the S&P 500. And you want to talk about an economically sensitive kind of area? Certainly you would think, cruise line travel fits that bill. So you've kind of got it from both directions in today's trading.
It's interesting with the impeachment crisis going on, or impeachment process going on. One might think, if you're an outsider, that there'd be uncertainty in the markets. People are not sure what's going on. What I think is really going on is the China deal is essentially done. The Mexican deal, Canadian-Mexican deal, is essentially done. Interest rates are staying low. Unemployment is very low. And I think many people feel that the impeachment process, however it unfolds, is not likely to lead to the president leaving office anytime soon. So people who are looking for certainty in the market see that there's a fair amount of certainty going forward. We know what the interest rates are likely to be. We know what the trade situation is likely to be in the near term. We know what the unemployment situation is likely to be, and we don't see any real change in the presidential situation.
And are you surprised, Dave Wilson, at how little politics either has not played in or has been baked in, to David's point?
Well, it really goes to show you that, investors are focusing on things like the economy and earnings. Here we are, 10 years plus into an economic expansion. And though certainly you go back to, say, August, and there was concern that we'd finally start to see a contraction, it hasn't materialized. And, you look out to next year, and a whole lot of people are anticipating that the growth will last. And then as far as earnings go, you look at the numbers we've compiled on S&P 500 companies from individual companies, and you see analysts anticipating that, we may be down this quarter, but you look at the first, second, third, and fourth quarters of next year, you're seeing what you would call sequential improvement, quarter to quarter. By the time you get to the fourth quarter, 13% plus earnings growth. Now, that's the view. Whether it plays out or not remains to be seen. Nonetheless, you can understand where the optimism on stocks comes from, given the sustainability of the economic expansion and the prospects for earnings as reflected in analyst estimates.
Absolutely.
And I think that the markets generally like to figure out what is going to happen the next couple months or 6 months or so, and they like predictability. And right now, over the next 6 months, they don't see a change in interest rates going up. They think President Trump will be in office for certain. They think there's not going to be trade wars of any consequence. So I think investors are pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, there no doubt are some economists somewhere who are saying it's going to lead to at some point we're going to have a slowdown, and those memos will be pulled out of the files when we actually have a slowdown. But right now, people are not actually surfacing those memos.
Yeah, absolutely. It does not seem to be the case at all. Dave Wilson, thank you so much. You'll be back with me later on with your chart and stock of the day. David Rubenstein going to be with me here for a couple hours. And David, I have to ask you, over at Carlyle, a huge portfolio of companies. You talk to CEOs all the time. You interview them, many of them on your show, peer-to-peer conversations here on Bloomberg TV. How do they feel? I mean, because we have sensed some caution from CEOs over the back half of this year.
Well, CEOs don't want to look like they're too ebullient, and they always want to be prepared for a downturn. But right now, they have a fair amount of cash. Their stock prices are high. They're feeling pretty good about things. They don't want to go out in the public and say, look how great things are and things can't go wrong. But they're feeling privately pretty good about things. There's always a cautionary word here or there, but generally they're feeling pretty good.
And are they doing deals? I mean, that's always one of the questions around where we are in the cycle in terms of, do they feel comfortable doing a big acquisition or sort of spending some of that money?
I think the M&A market is okay, but the slowdown there, to the extent there is a slowdown, is simply that prices are very high. So there are very few bargains out there, and you don't see any value investors really saying there's a great cheap thing to buy. So prices are high, and you have to swallow the idea that you're going to be paying for good companies a much higher multiple than you normally would pay.
And I know we're going to talk about private equity throughout the show, but does that make private equity deal making that much harder, those valuations?
Private equity deal making is doing okay this year. I would say it's about what it was last year. The principal issue is that you have to get comfortable with paying 13, 14 times cash flow or EBITDA multiples. And the way you can get comfortable with it is really that investors are willing to accept somewhat lower rates of return than they were 5 or 10 years ago. Today, in the low interest rate environment, if you can get an investor 13, 14, 15% net internal rate of return over 5 years, they're happy with that. In the old days, you might have wanted 20%.
Right.
So investors are willing to take lower rates of return. You can still do these deals, but they're no doubt more expensive.
Well, 13 to 15% feels amazing in a world of negative interest rates and where you're just not seeing the sorts of yields that you might be used to.
That's true, but because those deals take 3 or 4 years to pull off, and there's some illiquidity for the in the markets when you do those deals. But generally, people are pretty feeling they can get those kind of returns, and we have been able to do that.
And a lot of enthusiasm still for alternatives, it feels like, among institutional investors.
There's more enthusiasm than in the 30 years I've seen this market. And I think the reason is that people think there will be a turn down at some point. And what we learned in the last turn down, the Great Recession, is that private equity and alternatives tended to be a pretty good hedge. Not so much hedge funds, but private equity firms did pretty well through the Great Recession because they fixed their companies, they put in more equity if necessary, or they bought some debt back at a discount. And people think if there's a downturn again, these same managers will figure out how to get through it.
All right. Much, much more to come with David Rubenstein here on a special edition of Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Jason Kelly in Washington, D.C. We're going to talk a little bit about this split screen week that we had in politics, talk a little bit about trade, and much more coming up. In the meantime, let's get just around the corner. Another part of our 99.1 studio. Martin DeCaro is there with World and National Headlines. Hey, Martin.
Thank you, Jason. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has yet to send the articles of impeachment against President Trump over to the Senate, so a trial may begin, but she has sent the president an invitation to deliver his State of the Union address February 4th, and that date may wind up coinciding with the trial. The president says the signing of the Phase 1 trade deal with China is being arranged now. In a tweet today, the president offered an update on negotiations, saying he had a very good talk with President Xi Jinping. The editor of the influential evangelical magazine Christianity Today, Mark Galley, says President Trump is morally lost and traffics in lies and slander, and Galley says he should be removed from office for his conduct in the Ukraine affair.
The question is, when does his behavior, which is described as immoral accurately, rise to the level where he's no longer fit to serve office? And to me, we crossed that line with the impeachment hearings.
Evangelicals have been strong supporters of the president. Trump took to Twitter to call the magazine far left and doing poorly. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson rode the momentum of the Tories' landslide election win to a victory in Parliament today. His Brexit deal cleared its first hurdle in the House of Commons by decisive vote.
And now is the time to act together as one reinvigorated nation, one united kingdom.
The UK on a fast-track course now to leave the EU in 6 weeks. U.S. health officials now blame vitamin E acetate for the vast majority of vaping illnesses, and they're changing their advice to doctors about monitoring patients more closely after they leave the hospital. Global news 24 hours a day on air in a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Martin DeCaro. This is Bloomberg.
In the real world, there are no rabbits in hats, crystal balls, or cards that turn into money. Instead, you get business information from top-tier analysts and experts.
What should expectations be for this latest round of negotiations?
That's actually better, isn't it?
They're both trying to say they have the upper hand.
Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Lisa Abramowitz. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Okay, kids, Dad's gonna teach you how to dance. First, spread your feet apart. Then, pump your knee, nod your head, shake your hips, and bite your lip ever so slightly. Now, with one hand in the air, point at people with the other hand. I call that the rock star.
Dance like a dad. It's a great way to make a moment with your kids.
Now, make a face like it just smells something bad.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
What if you could keep the top economic experts in a conference room next to your office without having to feed them?
Do we need better optics? Do we need some substance?
Do CEOs care about ESG?
We have seen quite a lot of stimulus pumped into the system already.
It's the biggest warning yet about the financial risks of climate change.
Now, there are more ways to hear us. Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and at BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone who
had to be independent and take initiative, and that's how I handle every project I get.
Discover new ways to develop great talent at gradsoflife.org. Brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Are you interested?
19p? What will that get you at Christmas? 5 minutes to Panto, a very unpopular Secret Santa. This week at Tesco, you can get sprouts, carrots, or parsnips from just 19p. Our festive 3. That should get you on the nice list. Tesco, delivering Christmas for 100 years. Selected stores excludes Express, ends 26th of December.
So it's already December 20th. Well, at Boots, this Christmas, there's better than half price on selected gifts. Save money on gifts like Fabulous Elegance Straightener was £79.99, now only £35, and other selected products. Get on it today at the What to Buy Your Bestie for the Leasty boutique at your nearest Boots in London White City Shopping Centre. So gift like you get them before it ends 24th of December at selected stores and boots.com.
Ah, Christmas. A time for celebrating, unwrapping and unwinding. Capture every moment with an epic iPhone 6S with a 12-megapixel camera. Now only $12.99 a month from Tesco Mobile, saving you £72. It's just one of the ways we're celebrating 100 years of great value. Go in store or search Tesco Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Saving £2 per month over 36 months was £14.99. 36-month credit and rolling monthly usage agreements required. Subject to status. Terms apply. See tescomobile.com/terms.
He leaps and he surges in. Touchdown.
It is college football bowl season on TuneIn. Today, at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, the bowl season kicks off from the beautiful Bahamas.
Back to throw, fires, right on the slant. Caught, touchdown.
The Charlotte 49ers will be playing their first bowl game in school history. They'll be matched up against the Buffalo Bulls. Don't miss the first bowl game of the season. To listen to this and every bowl game, just search college football today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
From ESPN and the award-winning producers of The Sterling Affairs comes the latest season of 30 for 30 podcasts. 4 brand new stories of espionage.
He wanted this team to be the Barcelona of women's basketball.
Resilience.
I started to scream. I tried to get away.
Corruption.
It's the culture of win at all costs.
And rebirth.
How will we ever rebuild it?
30 for 30 podcasts, season 6. Listen in favorite 30 for 30 podcasts on TuneIn.
Ah, finally another commercial, said no one ever. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade now and get over 45 commercial-free music stations.
Cutting for the net, scores! On the goal line, Marshawn scores!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
And tucks it home!
And with this team, it's really fun to be a part of a team like that.
You can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium. From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. A move higher for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. We're looking at records right now with the S&P up 16 to 32.21, higher by 0.5% in the year-to-date column on the Bloomberg. S&P so far this year up by 28.5%. The Dow up 118 points today, up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 37. That is a gain of 0.4%. So stocks advancing as investors count down to the holiday break. S&P 500 index being led higher by technology and healthcare shares. We've got the 10-year up 230 seconds, yield 1.91%. Gold, little change, down 55 cents the ounce at $14.78. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.4%, $60.32 a barrel. Brent 65.96, down 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and David Rubenstein here in our 99.1 studio. And just crossing the Bloomberg terminal, President Trump accepting the February 4th State of the Union invitation from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And who better to break down politics? We go straight to the boss when we come here to Washington. Craig Gordon, executive editor and Washington bureau chief, joining David and myself in our 99.1 studio. So we're going to hear from the president on February 4th.
Yeah, I mean, the sort of the historical moments keep piling up here. I mean, if we understand the schedule for the impeachment trial in the Senate, which we don't really have yet, but the sort of rough guessing is it maybe starts around the second week in January, takes only a couple of weeks. I mean, you could literally have the president having been acquitted of impeachment, the two impeachment charges, days before he steps into the well of the House to give his address on the State of the Union. The person who brought those impeachment articles, of course, the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, sitting right behind him, actually. And I mean, I feel like every day we come to work here, there's just another thing that's going to end up in the history books. And this Tuesday, February 4th, will be another one of them.
It will be surreal. Generally, you don't have an impeachment just having been completed and somebody giving their State of the Union right afterwards. So I'm sure it'll be an interesting address, and I suspect it'll have record ratings.
And so, Craig, tell us about this week. I mean, because I feel like all of us around this table, if you had told us a year ago, certainly 5 years ago, the level to which people were meh about the idea of a president being impeached, we would have told ourselves we were insane. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. And it's interesting because as the Washington bureau chief, I run a bureau. I have 75 people that report to me. We cover this news every day. And I did feel myself having to give a couple of Newt Rockney-style speeches like, hey, folks, this is a big moment. Let's not lose sight of that. It's just we're on like big moment overload. You know, every day, almost literally every day since Donald Trump has been the president, something unbelievable has happened. He fires James Comey. The Mueller report, the Mueller testimony. He go right down all the list, all the moments we remember. And so when it finally comes to, again, the ultimate sanction of the United States Congress against the president and impeachment, it was a little bit hard sometimes to muster the energy. Now, part of that was just like we all knew that it was a foregone conclusion, right. And they were going to get the majority in the House. There was never any drama or question about that. It was hard to get excited about, will any Democrats defect? I guess 2 or 3 ended up defecting that we kind of even knew who those people were going to be. So there was some of the drama was just wrung out of it by the sheer inevitability of it. But what did add certainly a little bit of spice to the day was, this split screen moment where you have the president of the United States at a rally in Battle Creek, Michigan, literally as the gavel is falling on his impeachment for several minutes, not knowing that. And, so he's sort of giving a lot of his standard lines. It's a witch hunt, it's unfair, and no president should have to go through this. And we all know something that the president of the United States doesn't know, that he's actually just been impeached. Right. And there was actually quite a moment where one of his staffers, I believe it was one of his staff stenographers, literally held up a giant white, sort of piece of poster board that had the vote on it, that and then he could read it and we could watch him reading it, and we saw him reading it, and then he read it and he said, oh, no Republicans broke, so, whatever. So, they just, again, words almost fail you as you try to capture the history of it, and yet that day there was a certain amount of quality watching paint dry.
What's hard to believe, really, is that for 2 years, Bob Mueller did an investigation. Most people thought something would come from that would be perhaps not favorable to the president, but nothing really came out of that. Then a whistleblower sent in an anonymous letter 3 months ago, and in 3 months, you're at this stage. Who would have predicted that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one place where Trump, he has a little bit of a little ground to stand on is like, folks, you spent 2 years. You hired Robert Mueller. Everybody told me he was the prosecutor's prosecutor, the most honest man on earth, and whatever. And he put out his report. We all know he didn't exonerate the president entirely on the obstruction of justice part. He sort of did on the collusion part. And the Democrats really did kind of have to just sweep all that aside until this new thing came along from the whistleblower. And it's not my job to decide, whether that's impeachable or not. But it is sort of remarkable. And this is the one thing that I do think Trump can make some hay on in the campaign trail, that the investigation that was supposed to bring me down didn't bring me down, so they had to come up with something else.
Right.
Now, look, what the whistleblower says is pretty dramatic. We all know the facts of the case. He called the guy in Ukraine and said, should investigate Joe Biden, and the guy said, let me get back to you on that, and, whatnot. But, again, over 3.5 years of Donald Trump's presidency, essentially, it was really just a thing that happened in the last 2 months that led to his impeachment, and that alone, I think, will give him something to whip up his crowds with, which he's quite good at doing.
Without addressing the merits of the impeachment effort and so forth, I do wonder if the approach that had been used by Ronald Reagan when he dealt with Iran-Contra had been used here, whether this would have faded away. In other words, a speech by the president saying, I didn't quite understand the implications of what I was saying. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Whether that contrition might have kept this from going forward. And obviously worked with Ronald Reagan, because many people at the time were thinking he should have been impeached for the Iran-Contra thing, and then he made a speech that kind of diffused all of that. Obviously, the president didn't choose to do that, but I think historians will always debate whether something like that might have made a difference.
Yeah, I mean, we have been struck many times that there are two words that do not seem to exist in Donald Trump's vocabulary, and they are, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So you're right, in that case where Reagan, at that point, somewhat of a lion in winter, somewhat of a fading figure, still had enough of a reservoir of goodwill to tap into to say, hey, I probably shouldn't have done that, or I'm sorry. I'm just not sure his reservoir is empty. There was not much to begin with, so that would have been a harder trick for him to pull off.
I recognized it was probably unlikely he would do that. I just wondered if somebody other than Trump had this same situation, and you said, I'm sorry, because generally in society, people get away with a lot when you say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, and people are willing to forgive people, but obviously not this situation.
Well, the story goes on. We know that after the first of the year, at some point, maybe before, the articles will be sent to the Senate, and the story goes on. We will count on Craig Gordon and his team here in Washington to bring it to us. Craig Gordon, executive editor, Washington bureau chief for Bloomberg, joining David Rubenstein and myself here in our 99.1 studio. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit about trade. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks remain modestly higher, on track toward another record close. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 112. The S&P 500 is up 16. The Nasdaq Composite is up 36. United Airlines is joining American and Southwest in pulling Boeing's troubled 737 MAX from its schedule. United is keeping the plane off the schedule through June 4th, 2 months longer than its rivals. It says that will allow more efficient scheduling. Fiat Chrysler wants to clear away tens of thousands of unsold vehicles. The automaker is offering its most aggressive discount since 2008 to sell certain 2019 Dodge, Jeep, and Ram models. It wants to shrink its inventory to zero before Christmas. It'll be a happy holiday season for Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai. The Google parent has awarded him a hefty pay raise. He'll receive up to $240 million in stock awards over the next 3 years, plus a $2 million annual salary. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Sweet strawberry icing. You're in Goodwill, and just past that vintage denim jacket you spot miniature donut earrings. You lean in. That's the scent of shopping success. Because at Goodwill, every item you buy funds local job training and more. So bring home those donut earrings and bring home so much good to your community. Goodwill. Bring good home. Brought to you by Goodwill and the Ad Council.
The market's in focus every business day. The P&L Podcast with Paul Sweeney and Lisa Abramowitz.
Are there some sectors that you want to have more or less exposure to?
What's behind this engine of gains?
Analysis of the day's Wall Street action.
The U.S. market looks relatively safe.
From Bloomberg Intelligence, Bloomberg Opinion, and influential newsmakers.
Ward McCarthy joins us right now.
P&L with Paul Sweeney and Lisa Abramowitz. Listen today on Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. Are you interested?
At Asda this Christmas, our whole basted turkey is just £4 a kilo, and our Growers Selection vegetables are only 20p per pack. Get a broccoli, 1 kilogram of carrots, and 500 grams of parsnips or sprouts. Asda, let's make Christmas extra special. Selected stores subject to availability. Broccoli, 360 grams, ends 26th of December.
The roads have emptied. Only us left. Kids sleeping in back. Cat's eyes shine bright, white lines roll by. The rhythm of the streetlights. Radio hums quietly. Rain starts, hypnotic wipers. Pulling. Hot latte and apple pie. Ease back into the darkness.
Over 700 McDonald's open 24 hours. We are awake.
Cutting for the net, scores! On the goal line, Marchand scores!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
And tucks it home!
And with this team, it's really fun to be a part of a team like that.
You can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium. From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
Want TuneIn to remind you when the big NFL game is about to get underway? Be sure notifications are allowed on your phone and search NFL on the TuneIn app. Find the game you want to hear under events and tap Notify Me. We'll let you know exactly when it's time to listen in for kickoff.
In the stock market and in life, everything can change from 1 minute to the next. Be the first to hear the latest money news and market trends with CNBC on TuneIn. Wherever your day takes you, listen to CNBC's full slate of programming, including shows like Fast Money, Squawk Box, and Mad Money with Jim Cramer. And when the next big business story breaks, CNBC lets you know with live updates and commentary. At the office, at home, or on the go. Search CNBC on TuneIn to listen.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today. Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown to Kansas.
Search NFL today.
As we play out the 2010s, TuneIn's looking back at the music trends that defined the decade. The 2010s saw yet another revolution in the way we listen to music. With music fans giving up CDs and digital downloads for streaming services and internet radio like TuneIn. At the same time, vinyl sales continue to rise to levels not seen since the format's original decline. Keep listening to TuneIn for more trends of the 2010s.
Spend Christmas Day listening to the NBA on TuneIn Premium. Featuring 5 big matchups on the holiday schedule. Unwrap the action starting at 12 Eastern when the Celtics take on the Raptors in Toronto, followed by the Bucks and the 76ers at 2:30. The holiday cheers continue with the Rockets and Warriors at 5 and the Clippers and Lakers at 8. And a showdown between the Pelicans and Nuggets at 10:30. 'Tis the season with the NBA on TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
And it's a special edition of Bloomberg Business Week live from our 99.1 studio in Washington. I'm Jason Kelly, and when I come to D.C., I put on a show. David Rubenstein co-hosting with me, and we're going to talk to Sean Donnan, our trade expert, in just a minute. But first, let's get back to Charlie Pellet for an update on the trade. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. We are looking at records. Jason Kelly here with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all surging on this quadruple witching Friday. S&P up 16, now at a record 32.21, up 0.5%. We've got the Dow up 123 points, up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 36 right now, up by 0.4, and the 10-year up 1/32, a yield there of 1.91%. It's a Bloomberg radio and television exclusive. We talked to U.S. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross. He covered a number of topics, including the Phase 1 trade deal with China.
What's going on right now is a normal process in that trade agreements are initially written with the U.S. in English. Now it has to be translated into Chinese, and then the Chinese language version has to be conformed to the U.S. one. That's what's taking the time, and it's time well spent.
And, of course, we will have more on trade coming up in just a moment right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Gold down, little change, down 85 cents the ounce, down about 0.1%, $14.77. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, $60.43 a barrel. After earnings, Carnival sailing higher, up the most in a decade after earnings, and its 2020 outlook topped expectations as the company made adjustments to mitigate effects from the weak European market. Right now, we've got Carnival shares up by 7.2%. Recapping, U.S. equities, they're at a record. S&P up 16, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks a lot. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly in the 99.1 studio in D.C. alongside David Rubenstein, co-founder of Carlyle Group. And with us now, Sean Donnan, senior trade reporter for Bloomberg, one of the busiest guys across the empire. Sean, great to be with you in your town.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so a big week, to say the least, on a couple fronts as it relates to trade. Let's talk about China first. What happens next? We're going to actually get something signed.
Yeah, well, you heard Wilbur Ross there. It looks like they're in the final stages of getting something translated. Was talking to someone close to the process yesterday who said they're basically trading drafts in Chinese right now that are going back and forth across the Pacific. I guess you go with email on that one.
Right.
They're talking by the phone as well throughout, still working out the details of a signing. But the plan at this point is for Liu He, the Chinese vice premier, to come to Washington in the first couple of weeks of January and to sign this thing with Bob Lighthizer, the U.S. trade representative, who, of course, led the negotiations.
I think this is an agreement that doesn't do everything that everybody wanted out of this agreement, but it does get enough done so that I think the market uncertainty that arose because of the China dispute is probably gone for a while. So in other words, every issue with China is not going to be resolved, but the market is no longer going to say, what's happening with China, what are we going to do? And I think this, for the time being, is a pretty good deal for that purpose.
Yeah, no, there's no question that this absolutely kind of puts at least a pause on any escalation or the prospect of any escalation. I think one of the things that's remarkable is we always forget just how far we've come. A year ago, we had tariffs on $50 billion in imports from China. We now have tariffs on $360 billion in imports from China. $250 billion of those imports are subject to a 25% tariff that is likely to continue for the foreseeable future. It is not going to be rolled back as part of this trade deal. And so one of the questions is going to be for businesses, I think, is, the administration likes these tariffs. The president certainly likes these tariffs because he thinks they're causing supply chains to shift. But whether we get into a more permanent shift and in terms of businesses, in terms of supply chains and adapting to that, but there's still a lot of uncertainty hanging out there.
Not as much as there was. I think the president does like tariffs in part because it's something he can do by himself. He doesn't need to go to Congress or get the courts to approve it. So that's something that is real presidential power. I think the real issue that Bob Lighthizer wanted to address and hasn't yet addressed because it wasn't politically feasible is the China 2025 issues. Those are the issues that people think next 10, 15, 20 years are the more serious ones, which is to say that China wants to use its government money and resources to enable its companies to be a leader in semiconductor production, semiconductor design, artificial intelligence, 5G. That's the future of trade and the future of technology. And those issues, for lots of reasons, just couldn't be addressed right now.
Yeah, and the plan,
so will they?
Well, I mean, and that's the big question, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if we look at phase one as a pause with some commitments from the Chinese on intellectual property that we don't know the details of yet, some commitments on currency manipulation to not do it, some commitments on opening up the financial sector, and of course these big agricultural purchases. The president saying that we're talking about $200 billion in purchases of manufactured and agricultural goods over 2 years. But I mean, really, this is a pause, and the big issues like those issues of Made in China 2025, and the broader issue of industrial subsidies in China. I mean, that is what fueled the rise of industrial China, and that is the reason we talk about China as this great economic power in the world today. Is this web of industrial subsidies, whether it's cheap loans or cheap electricity, those aren't going away.
Well, let me try to explain it in my terms that I often understand this. The trade deficit was a problem, and it was very recognizable. So if you're a presidential candidate or president, you could say the trade deficit is too high, I've got to do something about it. This might have some moderating effect, and it won't dramatically change it. But there hasn't been a political issue that people vote on China 2025. People don't quite understand that. So if you're warning for re-election in 2020, if you've got the phase one deal done, I think you don't have any political problems of saying we'll deal with China 2025 later.
I think that's right, and I think you've also got these tariffs in place which will satisfy the hawks that you are taking action and that you are taking a hard line against China for the time being.
So, Sean, before we let you go, the other thing, USMCA, USMCA, as we so fondly call it here on our show, success? It happened, NAFTA 2.0.
Well, it hasn't happened just yet. And
close to
that's
happening.
Always the way with trade. Still needs to go through the Senate, but a remarkable vote in the House of Representatives yesterday with 385 members of the House voting to back this trade agreement. I go back to what Bob Lighthizer said 2 years ago when he said, I need to have a big bipartisan vote on a new NAFTA, and this is just a renegotiation of NAFTA, we need to remember, but I need to have a big bipartisan vote because I want to rewrite the politics of trade in America. And the big question today is, now we've got this big bipartisan vote, are we going to go into a different world when it comes to the next trade agreement?
Yeah. All right. We're going to leave it there. Sean Donnan, always good to catch up with you, senior trade reporter for Bloomberg. We're going to be talking about trade a lot in 2020. I have a feeling, and we're going to count on Sean. He always brings us the real contours of this, whether it's in Michigan or as it relates to booze. So stay tuned for all of that. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get around the corner to Martin DeCaro. He's got your world national headlines. Hey, Martin.
Well, Jason, as you and Sean have been discussing, Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross says he expects the Senate to approve by a wide margin the new North American Trade Pact. In an exclusive interview with Bloomberg Radio, Ross said among the reasons the USMCA is a big improvement over NAFTA is it'll bring thousands of new jobs to the U.S. auto sector.
We believe there'll be at least 75,000 new jobs created in automotive.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says he'll deal with the USMCA once President Trump's impeachment trial is over. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, denies the government and military made a concerted effort to repeatedly lie to the American public about the war in Afghanistan, as an expose by the Washington Post showed.
I know there's an assertion out there of some sort of coordinated lie over the course of, say, 18 years. I find that a bit of a stretch, more than a bit of a stretch. I find that a mischaracterization.
Milley claims the sheer number of agencies and officials that worked on Afghanistan strategy make it too hard to coordinate a deceptive message. The Democratic National Committee tightened the criteria for presidential candidates to participate in the next debate in January. Only Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren have qualified so far. It was a strong opening night for the new Star Wars movie. The Rise of Skywalker brought in an estimated $40 million at the North American box office. That's not as much as the two previous films in the trilogy made on their opening Thursdays. Reviews for Rise of Skywalker have been tepid. Global news 24 hours a day on air, and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Martin DeCaro. This is Bloomberg.
Why has J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us number 1 in client support, number 1 in firm leadership, number 1 in operational support, number 1 in compensation, number 1 in professional development support, and number 1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA, a registered investment advisor. For 2019 J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Vattel Shah is Senior Project Engineer at Mott MacDonald, a global engineering consultancy with more than 16,000 employees. He earned his PhD at New Jersey Institute of Technology, and as an adjunct professor, is helping NJIT students explore emerging technologies.
My focus is renewable markets, emerging technologies, the idea of floating cities. What are we doing to develop that? What will happen to the city on the water? Well, you're going to have waves hitting it. You're going to have solar. How are you going to develop plants? How are you going to develop vegetation and farming? That sort of thought process happens at NJIT. We actually plan out what will the city look like. How do we develop that? So in 10 years, we're actually ready to take on those challenges when we have our first development in the water. NJIT also has been doing a lot of work in self-healing materials, so taking the polymers and the new material that we have in our material sciences departments and putting them into things like concrete, things like steel, reinforcing our soil.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
In-depth analysis.
Ho, ho, ho. Want to make Santa's job a whole lot easier this year? TuneIn Premium is the gift your loved ones can enjoy all year long. Featuring commercial-free news from MSNBC, Fox News Talk, and CNBC.
Global concerns about climate change not
the most generous state in the U.S. on GoFundMe is...
Plus, commercial-free music and live sports. TuneIn Premium brings the best in audio to you. Forget the stocking and stuff their phone with TuneIn Premium. Happy holidays. Search Premium to start your free trial.
Introducing a new podcast, ESPN Daily. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Mina Kimes. Listen and favorite ESPN Daily on TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn. When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Spend Christmas Day listening to the NBA on TuneIn Premium. Featuring 5 big matchups on the holiday schedule. Unwrap the action starting at 12 Eastern when the Celtics take on the Raptors in Toronto, followed by the Bucks and the 76ers at 2:30. The holiday cheers continue with the Rockets and Warriors at 5 and the Clippers and Lakers at 8. And a showdown between the Pelicans and Nuggets at 10:30. 'Tis the season with the NBA on TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
As we wave goodbye to the 2010s, TuneIn is remembering some of the decade's biggest news stories.
In 2011, the Arab Spring sparks anti-government protests across the Middle East and Northern Africa. In 2016, the United Kingdom votes to leave the European Union, forcing the ongoing Brexit crisis. And in 2019, Hong Kong erupts in 6 months of pro-democracy protest against mainland China.
Search news on TuneIn to be there when the next big story breaks.
Back to throw, fires right on the slant. Caught, touchdown. He leaps and he surges in, touchdown.
This Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the lights shine bright on the Las Vegas Bowl. Washington Huskies head coach Chris Peterson will coach his final game before retiring as he takes on his former school, the Boise State Broncos.
Down to the 5, he leaps for the end zone, and he is in.
To listen to this and every bowl game, just search college football today.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
And breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. U.S. equities moving higher, holding at records. We have got the dollar and 10-year treasuries gaining right now. The 10-year up 1/32, looking at a yield now of 1.91%. Gold retreating, lower little change, down 75 cents the ounce at $14.78. A drop there of just about 0.1%. The Dow up 130 at a record up 0.5. S&P up 18, also at a record up 0.6%. Nasdaq up 41. That's a gain there of 0.5%. Again, gold, little change, down 75 cents the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, $60.34 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks a lot. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week here on a Friday afternoon. Jason Kelly and David Rubenstein in our 99.1 studio in Washington, D.C. Well, let's talk a little bit about a big story in Bloomberg Business Week magazine on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. It's about Rudy Giuliani, client number one. That would be the President of the United States. A deep dive of sorts and the latest on the former mayor of New York City. Stephanie joins us on the phone from London. Joel Weber, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week, he's in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Stephanie, I want to start with you. You have done so much great reporting about Ukraine, about Rudy Giuliani. What is the state of Rudy at this point?
Yeah, well, Rudy has gone from wearing the hat of lawyer, consultant, advisor to trying his hand at a form of journalism, if you can call it that. And he's been working on this documentary series with a right-wing cable news network called OAN about the whole Ukraine impeachment inquiry. And he flew to Ukraine this month to interview various characters that have appeared in this impeachment inquiry, specifically former prosecutors. And he's been pushing this out on his Twitter page and promoting it. He's been appearing less on Fox News and, is trying to basically double down, dial up the whole narrative that got Trump into the impeachment mess to begin with.
Joel?
So, Stephanie's just done an incredible job on sort of this area of coverage. And we've done it in the magazine before from her. But the thing that I thought she did just an incredible job of revealing with this one is ultimately it's all about money for Rudy. And life is expensive. Stephanie, what does it turns out? It's like every month his life costs how much?
Yeah, we got some of these figures from his divorce proceedings. He recently settled a divorce from his third wife, and from that it was revealed that he had about $30 million in assets, which he'd accumulated over the past 2 decades on the consulting and legal circuit. But he and his ex-wife are spending $230,000 a month. So he has a very expensive lifestyle. And now when he stood down from his law firm, Greenberg Traurig, in 2018 to take on the role of Trump's personal lawyer, he did so unpaid, and he gave up about $4 to $6 million in annual income from his law firm, which left a big hole. And I think that's part of the story with Rudy Giuliani over the past 18 months is he was, on the one hand, representing Trump, but on the other hand, still having to fill that financial gap. And that led him to take on multiple clients. And as we know from his interactions with these two Soviet-born emigres who were recently arrested and indicted on campaign finance violations, Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, he took $500,000 from them last year, and for what looked like a very shaky venture, and from two characters who had a trail of debts, behind them. And I think the driving force of Rudy Giuliani is partly money, and I think we still don't know where he has made his money while he's been representing Trump as his personal attorney, and I think that is where the serious conflicts of interest arise. Right. And I think now that New York prosecutors are examining both his business and political dealings with Parnas and Fruman, I expect more to come out on that.
So, Jason, that $230 a month stands out to me because it seems like maybe a little bit more than your life costs.
a little bit more.
Yeah, when you guys do, household budgeting,
exactly.
It strikes me as a slightly high number. And I do think, to Stephanie's point there, it goes a long way in just sort of describing what he's ultimately up against, right? He's got to pay some bills. And therefore there's a drive to actually push the Rudy brand in all of its different facets to other corners of the world.
Absolutely. I mean, whatever he says, that he's just Trump's personal lawyer, or prior to that, he was his cybersecurity advisor. Internationally, whenever he goes abroad, he is presented in the media as Trump's advisor, and he's treated like a foreign dignitary. So when he goes around the world pitching for his security clients, whether it's Bahrain or whether it's giving a speech for an anti-Iran speech where he's paid, he is seen as internationally as a representative of Trump, or as a conduit, or a way to get at Trump. Even though he will say very steadfastly that he does not lobby Trump, he does not engage in influence peddling. The perception of clients abroad that hire him is that this is a way to get at Trump.
David, what's your take on all this?
I've never been prosecuted, and I've never been a prosecutor, and I don't know Rudy Giuliani really that well. He's
nice disclaimers.
Right. But I would say that my impression is that people who are being looked at by prosecutors are generally well advised to stay out of the press. The prosecutors do not like people who are being investigated to kind of be very visible and almost flaunting what they allegedly are being investigated for. So I assume his lawyers are telling him not to be on television that much, not to be too visible. And I think my impression would be that would be a very good advice. But again, I don't know the substance of what they're looking at. But I would say being low-key for a few months or maybe longer would be a good thing to do, I think.
Which doesn't seem to be in his constitution, apparently.
I was going to say, didn't get that memo.
It's, I can't say as somebody who has his own TV show and is on this show that you should, not be very visible. So I recognize the appeal of having a show or be on radio, but I think sometimes it's probably good to lay low and just do things that are counter to your nature.
Right. Stephanie, what do you make of this sort of need to be so visible?
Well, there was a period there when he has dialed back in terms of his media appearances. He has not been on Fox News as often as he has been. He was renowned for taking phone calls from any reporter who could get a hold of his number. And I had that early on in the year when I started reporting on his foreign business dealings back in February, March. He spent a lot of time on the phone with me. He's no longer doing that with everyone. He's being quite selective as to who he actually responds to. You're more likely, and I think this is across the board by multiple reporters at different news outlets, you're more likely to get a text back from him than you are to get a phone call. And that is very much different than it was at the beginning of the year. Now, having said that, in the past week or so, he does seem to be really dialing up, but he's doing it through this relatively safe, controlled format of this documentary series with this obscure channel.
All right. Well, we learned a lot from your reporting. Appreciate you, as always. Stephanie Baker, Financial Investigations Senior Writer for Bloomberg, joining us on the phone from London. Joel Weber back in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. I'm Jason Kelly with David Rubenstein here in the nation's capital. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week.
Deep understanding.
How's work? If you're not loving your job and you're getting those Sunday blues, now's the time to make a change. With a LinkedIn app, it's now easier to find and land the job meant for you. There are millions of jobs on offer, and the LinkedIn app helps you hear about them first. Research shows applying within the first 10 minutes increases your chances of hearing back by up to 4 times. Stay in the know and grow your career. Download the free LinkedIn app today.
Need last-minute gifts? At littlewoods.com, find the latest toys, tech, fashion and fragrance from the brands they love. Order by midnight on Sunday the 22nd of December for inclusive delivery in time for Christmas. All with free returns. Own Christmas at littlewoods.com. Available on most small in-stock items.
The extraordinary sale is now on at Bicester Village, with up to 60% off the recommended retail price at participating boutiques until the 24th of December. Enjoy luxury for less at Emma Bridgewater, The White Company, Molton Brown, The Creuset, and many more. With free parking, all-day festive dining, and restaurants open late, it's the perfect time to do your Christmas shopping. The extraordinary sale at Bicester Village.
Season's greetings from Lisa at Melcham Stars. Imagine winning £15 million on Christmas Day.
£15 million.
And if the jackpot isn't won, it gets shared. So get down here.
Lotto from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Hello, I'm Jo Brand. When I see people homeless over Christmas, I find it really upsetting. Whether they're sleeping in doorways, on buses, or in hostels, it just shouldn't be happening. But it doesn't have to be like this. This Christmas, crisis centres across Britain are providing warmth and safety, plus long-term support to find people a job and a home. Please reserve a place for someone at Crisis this Christmas for just £28.87. Go to crisis.org.uk now. Thank you.
At Asda this Christmas, our whole basted turkey is just £4 a kilo, and our Growers Selection vegetables are only 20p per pack. Get a broccoli, 1 kilogram of carrots, and 500 grams of parsnips or sprouts. Asda, let's make Christmas extra special. Selected stores subject to availability. Broccoli, 360 grams, ends 26th of December.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading, and we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ close to the best level of the day, on track for a winning week and on track for another record close. Equities moving higher alongside European stocks as investors count down to the holiday break. S&P 500 index being led higher by technology and healthcare shares. Right now, the S&P up 19 at a record 32.24, up 0.6%. Dow Industrials up 136 points, up by 0.5%. And NASDAQ is up 43. That is a gain also of 0.5%. Vince Reinhardt is chief economist at Standish Mellon Asset Management. But on Bloomberg Television this morning, he told us some resolution of trade is a positive.
We got a couple bad things out of the way. The tariffs that were going to be increased on December 15th and rolling back part of the ones on September 15th. And the arithmetic of forecasting is if you subtract the bad thing from your outlook, that's good.
The 10-year up 1/32 with a yield of 1.91%. Gold lower by 48 cents the ounce right now. We've got gold $14.78. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, lower by 83 cents a barrel at $60.35. United Airlines Holdings has decided to give up on flying the Boeing 737 MAX until June, 2 months longer than rival U.S. carriers, as the regulatory fate of the grounded aircraft remains unclear. It says the MAX will be removed from its schedule until June 4th. American and Southwest, the other American MAX operators, recently removed the plane from service until April. Shares of United Airlines down now by just about 0.1%. So again, recapping here, equity markets higher across the board with the S&P up 18, a gain right now of 0.6%. The Dow up 130, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 42, that is a gain of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, well, let's do a little Bloomberg economics now, a little Business Week economics here at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Wall Street time, headed back to New York. I'm Jason Kelly here in Washington, but let's go back to our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio for a moment. Alex Harris there, bond reporter, repo expert. All right, Harris, before we go into the weekend, tell us what we need to know that's going on. Is this whole repo mess solved now? Everything's good?
Yeah, sure it is. No, I think people are still keeping a close eye on it. We have more of these term operations next week that are going to span the end of the year. And so what we're trying to gauge at this point is, will the take-up from the dealers be less than what the Fed is offering? And is that starting to tell us that we might have some scarcity at the end of the year, balance sheet scarcity and some difficulty intermediating in the repo market, which, again, we might not really know until we get to December 31st. So everyone continues to keep an eye on it. I think it's probably going to be one of the more active segments of the fixed income market as we wind down the year.
Right. And the Fed seems to be paying close attention to this, fair to say?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I know that, Zoltan Pozsar has said, if this gets out of hand, the Fed's coming in with QE4 at the end of the year. Well, I think we're about 6 business days away from the end of the year. So I think it's pretty safe to say that we can all sort of walk back that idea that they're coming in here. I think, the Fed has acknowledged that the repo market is going to be volatile. And I think people need to get used to that and remember that. They just don't want so much volatility that it ends up moving the target policy rate, that Fed funds rate, and jeopardizes the target range. And so that's what they're really worrying about. But really what we're looking ahead to 2020, because This is where people want to know, okay, the Fed is pumping all this liquidity into the market. Well, how are they going to unwind it? Can they unwind it? And that's going to be the big question. And actually, we try and preview this idea this weekend with our year ahead piece on all of this, because it is very difficult. We've seen that the Fed has no problem getting into the markets, but they really have a hard time untangling themselves. And we saw that with the balance sheet unwind.
All right, we'll keep a close eye on it. We know you'll be keeping an even closer eye on it. Alex Harris, bond reporter for Bloomberg, joining us in New York City. Well, turning our attention here to the nation's capital, David Rubenstein still with me, co-founder of the Carlyle Group, co-chairman, philanthropist, former economic advisor, I believe, domestic policy advisor, to be more precise, back in the Carter administration. Peggy Collins is also here with me, managing editor of all of our economic coverage here in the United States. She's in our 99.1 studio. So, David, how does the economy feel at this point before we break it down with Peggy?
The economy actually feels reasonably good. The problem is that people can't believe it's this good this late in the cycle.
Yeah.
So we've never had an economic growth period this long, certainly since World War II. So people keep saying, how much longer can this keep going on for, and where are the signs of a crack? But there don't seem to be any signs of a crack. Everything seems to be going the way it should. And even the uncertainty of the impeachment hasn't really affected the economy. So right now, I think it's in pretty good shape.
What's your team working on, Pegs?
Well, I think as David said, we're in the 11th year of this record expansion. So the question is really looking at the consumer, because they are really holding up this economy right now. We've seen consumer spending continue to hold strong. We had new revised GDP data that came in earlier this morning that reflected that that's still going on. And so what we're really starting to look at is in 2020, will that hold up? The other thing that's really driving this, which is in conjunction with the consumer spending, is jobs. We've seen, the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years that continues to hold. And you have some people looking at 2020 thinking that number could actually continue to go down. And one of those people is Fed Chairman Jay Powell. He's really said, look, the economy is in a good place. And I think if we can continue to roll along at this rate, that we could draw even more people out of the off the sidelines and into the economy who traditionally have had a hard time finding jobs, whether you're marginalized because of your race or a disability or whatnot.
Do you buy it? When you spend time in the markets and you go up and down over many, many years, you're always looking for something bad to happen. And I suspect something bad will happen at some point, but I can't put my finger on what it is right now. The only issue that I would note is that the Congress just has agreed to a large spending bill. And we're running deficits of $1 trillion, $1.2 trillion a year, $23 trillion of debt. The markets seem to say, big deal. Modern monetary theory says, who cares? But at some point, I think we're going to have to pay the price. And I don't know when that's going to be, but at some point, we're going to have to deal with the debt.
And there were some questions talking about the repo market, which Alex is an expert on whether or not some of that spending by the government actually may have contributed to some of the imbalances there. I also think we did see signs this year that it's not rock solid, right? So the trade war with the markets and with business investment was certainly something that started to have an effect on the manufacturing industry and business investment overall. You know this, David, better than probably anyone, that when companies feel uncertain about where things are going, whether it's tax policy or the economy, they hold back. And when they hold back on investment, research, development, and hiring, that can flow through to the economy in a negative way.
I want to bring you some headlines that are just crossing the Bloomberg now, courtesy of Dow Jones. SEC enforcement staff has sought information on listings from Citadel Securities, specifically related to the listings of Slack and other unicorns, according to Dow Jones. And focusing in part on the first day of trading. We will continue to look at that. Again, that breaking across the Bloomberg terminal right now, according to Dow Jones, the SEC probing some listings there. So just in the 45 seconds or so we have left in this segment, David, from a policy perspective, how does it feel right now in terms of the administration and the Fed?
I think the Fed is feeling pretty good about its position right now. They've lowered interest rates 3 times this year. I think most economists think they've done a pretty good job of reading where the market should be. I don't think there's a feeling we're going to have any increase anytime soon, but also no decrease anytime soon. So I think the Fed is feeling pretty good about the situation. They have to monitor the repo market. And I think Congress is feeling they've done a reasonably good job, leaving impeachment aside. They have not done anything to damage the economy, and the economy is moving along very nicely. Now, some exogenous event, a war breaking out, some pandemic breaking out can always make things different. But right now, I think people are going to have a Christmas season that are going to be pretty filled with good times and not so much worries.
There you go. All right. Well, our thanks to Peggy Collins, managing editor of our U.S. economic coverage here in Washington. David Rubenstein sticking with me for a little bit longer. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get around the corner to Martin DeCaro. He's got your world and national headlines. Hey, Martin.
Thank you, Jason. An invitation sent by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to President Donald Trump could result in a unique spectacle. Pelosi's asking Trump to deliver his State of the Union address February 4th, a date that might coincide with the president's impeachment trial in the Senate. It's still unclear when the trial may begin. The Iowa Democratic Party caucuses are set for February 3rd. Scientists are issuing a dire warning about the Amazon rainforest. 2 renowned experts, Thomas Lovejoy of George Mason University and Carlos Nobre of the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, say continued deforestation and other fast-moving changes threaten to turn parts of the Amazon into savanna, devastating wildlife and releasing billions of tons of carbon into the atmosphere. It's another setback for Boeing and NASA.
And liftoff, the rise of Starliner and a new era in human spaceflight.
The launch was close to perfect, but soon after leaving Cape Canaveral, Boeing's unmanned Starliner space capsule was in the wrong orbit and was forced to return to Earth without completing its mission of reaching the International Space Station. NASA is trying to break free of its reliance on Russian rockets for taking U.S. astronauts into orbit. And astronaut Nicole Mann says she believes that will succeed eventually.
We are looking forward to flying on Starliner.
We don't have any safety concerns.
It was a technical glitch that prompted Mission Control to scrap the cargo resupply mission. The CDC now blames vitamin E acetate for the vast majority of vaping illnesses, and the agency says doctors should continue to closely monitor patients after they go home from the hospital. Global news 24 hours a day on air, and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Martin DeCaro. This is Bloomberg.
You can't be the only one who spends time examining angles,
This sort of mini deal, what would it look like?
considering possibilities,
From a credit perspective, this is good news.
planning for eventualities.
This company really has to get back on a growth track.
You're right. The others are here.
General Electric is such an interesting story.
Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Hey, it's me, your cell phone. We need to talk about something serious. I know you love me, I know you like using me wherever you are, but I feel like this isn't working out when you're driving. I know you may think that it's possible to focus both on me and the road, but I just don't feel the same way. I think we should spend time away from each other when you're driving. It's for the best.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
What if you could keep the top economic experts in a conference room next to your office without having to feed them?
Do we need better optics? Do we need some substance?
Do CEOs care about ESG?
We have seen quite a lot of stimulus pumped into the system already.
It's the biggest warning yet about the financial risks of climate change.
Now, there are more ways to hear us. Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and at BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, and, of course, companionship. Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive. And now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
The happy dance will come in with this group.
But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Are you interested in a challenging...
How's work? If you're not loving your job and you're getting those Sunday blues, now's the time to make a change. With a LinkedIn app, it's now easier to find and land the job meant for you. There are millions of jobs on offer, and the LinkedIn app helps you hear about them first. Research shows applying within the first 10 minutes increases your chances of hearing back by up to 4 times. Stay in the know and grow your career. Download the free LinkedIn app today.
Christmas. A time for celebrating, unwrapping, and unwinding. Capture every moment with an epic iPhone 6S with a 12-megapixel camera. Now only $12.99 a month from Tesco Mobile, saving you £72. It's just one of the ways we're celebrating 100 years of great value. Go in store or search Tesco Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Saving £2 per month over 36 months was £14.99. 36-month credit and rolling monthly usage agreements required. Subject to status. Terms apply. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Still searching for the perfect Christmas gift? At Debenhams, discover our great range of fragrance offers from your favourite brands, including half-price fragrances from Marc Jacobs, Calvin Klein and Hugo Boss. There's something for everyone on your Christmas list, in-store and online now. Offer ends 24th December. See Debenhams.com for full terms and conditions.
When it comes to music, I've heard it all. Pink Floyd, Sean Paul, Slipknot. But in the Which Test Lab, hearing isn't enough. When we test headphones, we really listen. Not just to the music, but to the stuff that gets in the way. The traffic, the chatter, all that. Mind the gap. We simulate the loudest commute to find you the headphones that cancel out the noise. So you know we're only recommending the best.
Which tests harder so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
The extraordinary sale is now on at Bicester Village, with up to 60% off the recommended retail price at participating boutiques until the 24th of December. Enjoy luxury for less at Emma Bridgewater, The White Company, Molton Brown, The Creuset, and many more. With free parking, all-day festive dining, and restaurants open late, it's the perfect time to do your Christmas shopping. The extraordinary sale at Bicester Village.
Ho, ho, ho. Who's made a list this year?
I want a new phone, one with amazing cameras, ultra-wide lens, of course, live focus video. Well, it has to be 5G ready to stream all my films. Can it come with something awesome to listen to them through?
Darling, I think he was talking to the kids.
Get everything you want and more. Purchase a Samsung 5G ready device and claim a pair of silver wireless Galaxy Buds at no extra cost. Shop our 5G handsets in store or online at your local O2 store or o2.co.uk. 18 plus. Offer excludes Galaxy Fold 5G. Purchased by the 25th of the 12/19. Claim from Samsung within 30 days. T's and C's apply.
As we play out the 2010s, TuneIn's looking back at the music trends that defined the decade.
Don't believe me, just watch.
The 2010s saw the rise of the viral hit when meme-ready tracks like Gangnam Style,
Oppan Gangnam Style,
The Harlem Shake,
The Harlem Shake,
What Does the Fox Say,
What Does the Fox Say,
and of course, Old Town Road snowballed from internet oddities to global phenomenons.
I got the horses in the bag. Horse stock is a tag.
Keep listening to TuneIn for more trends of the 2010s.
What better way to celebrate the holidays than with a subscription to TuneIn Premium? With a bottomless library of the world's best audio, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Search Premium to upgrade today.
Hey, TuneIn listeners, Steve Kornacki here from NBC News. I want to tell you about a podcast I'm hosting called Article 2, Inside Impeachment. It's dedicated to bringing you the latest developments on the impeachment inquiry into President Trump. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I talk to NBC News reporters who are closest to the story to break down what's new, what matters, and what it means for the 2020 election. Search and favorite Article 2, Inside Impeachment on TuneIn.
News 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ, they're all pushing higher. We're looking at records right now. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are climbing right now. And note that today is quadruple witching. Dow's currently up 119 points. S&P's gain 18. And NASDAQ climbs by 37. The U.S. 10-year yield at 1.91%. Gold is down a point. Small caps are a little changed, and all of the main 11 S&P sectors are trading higher, led by gains in utilities, consumer staples, and healthcare. Nasdaq biotechs rise 15 points, transports gain 78, semis jump 1%, and the VIX is also little changed. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Merck, Verizon, and Caterpillar, while Boeing fell 1.3% and led to the downside. After earnings, Nike fell 1%, CarMax dropped 6%, while Carnival soared as much as 9.8%, the most since 2009. Wrapping things up, United Airlines took the Boeing 737 MAX off schedule until June, and TransDigm declared a special cash dividend of $32.50 a share. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
All right, we thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and David Rubenstein here in Washington, D.C. Back in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, the co-founders and managing partners of Harlem Capital Partners. We're talking about Henri Pierre-Jacques and Jared Tingle. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having us. It's great to be on.
So, Henri, let me start with you. Tell us about the creation of Harlem Capital. What's the story behind the story here?
Yeah, so we started Harlem Capital December 2015 as the Angel Syndicate. We were investing our own personal capital. We worked on Wall Street. Did that for about a year and a half, realized there was a market opportunity. People were talking about the lack of diverse founders, but we realized there was a lack of diverse investors. And then once, fast forward a year and a half, Jared and I went to Harvard Business School. We were roommates there. Decided once we got to school that we felt like we built a track record and there was a large market opportunity. And so we launched the fund between our first and second year of business school and then announced the closing of the fund 2 weeks ago.
So how much have you raised so far?
So we raised $40 million for the first fund and feel really fortunate to have 6 institutions who backed us.
And what type of rates of return are you seeking for your investors?
Yeah, so we're targeting 4x gross for the fund, given we're focused on seed, Series A, early stage. From a check size perspective, typically we're doing $500,000, $10 million, and we're focused on women and minority founders based in the U.S.
And it can be anywhere in the U.S., is that right?
Correct. We've invested in 8 cities across 9 industries.
And you're focused on any type of areas, technology, healthcare, what might it be?
Yeah, so we're industry agnostic, but we don't invest in biotech, crypto. We don't do capital-intensive industries like energy or infrastructure, where a micro fund like ours would just get too diluted long term.
How many staff people do you have to help the two founders do the analysis?
Sure. So it's us two founders, Henri and Jared. We have two venture partners, Brandon and John. They both have more of a media entrepreneurship focus, but it's actually a pretty good angle. We get a lot of reach and a lot of great branding as a result. And then we have a senior associate who already joined us part-time, who will be joining us full-time after she graduates from Yale Business School. And then we have another joining us as well, who will be finishing up Ross, Michigan MBA, and will be joining us in June.
Okay, so very often in these kinds of funds, some investors say, I want to get the highest rate of return I can, and I think emerging managers who are new will have some really great opportunities, and other people are ignoring them, so I can get in cheaply and get a good rate of return because the price is low and so forth. Other people say, I'm trying to create a social good and do something good for society, so even if I get a lower rate of return, I think I'm helping society. Which of those two perspectives is that of your investors or yours?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of both. We don't call ourselves an impact fund. We're a venture fund with impact. We fundamentally believe that by investing in underrepresented founders, there is more alpha to be made. Typically, when we see these founders at the seed stage, they've been in business for 2 or 3 years. They've generated revenue and have customers because a lot of them don't have family and friends. They can't do the early stage rounds. They have to generate revenue and oftentimes have higher margins in order to actually sustain the business before they can do an institutionalized seed round. Okay. And so for us, we think that our impact is by creating more people of color and women who can have ownership and equity in their businesses. And we just fundamentally think that the wealth gap will not change just through education and six-figure jobs, that you have to give equity to these founders. And it's been proven that a lot of them can't move up to the rankings in the top of these large organizations.
Right. And your definition of an emerging manager would be somebody, it is a minority or a woman, and they have to own a majority of the general partnership of the fund in which you're investing. Is that correct?
Correct. Our core demographic is women of all races and then Black and Latino men.
And just to clarify, we're investing in VC-backed startups. So
you're investing in startups, yeah. So Jared, let me ask you this: in the fundraising process, what was that like? What did you discover as you were going out to institutions who, as David just laid out, may have different approaches to this world of investing that, as you have said, is somewhat untapped?
Sure. I think we realized 3 key things. One is that people aren't as liquid as you think. So as we were going to our close network of former bosses, banking MDs, et cetera, it became quickly clear that not a lot of people can write more than the $100K check in a fund, or at least feel comfortable doing that, because they may have equity in their company, et cetera, but not a lot of liquid assets. The second thing we realized is that sequencing matters. And so the way you go to market around building credibility with people that are close to you, then moving on to people outside your network that may have more capital, and then moving to institutions is a path that worked well for us. But in general, I think building up momentum, credibility, methodically is really important, because if we went to some of the institutions that ended up coming into our fund, like Vanderbilt, et cetera, it would have been a much tougher conversation than going to them after we already had established ourselves. And the last thing, just relationships matter. Even the biggest institutions, we had to get a warm introduction. That's one of the reasons why we weren't able to get in front of David, but hopefully for fun too, we may be able to do it.
I'll take a look at it. I invest in a lot of first funds. But let me ask you this. What did your family say? You go to Harvard Business School, maybe you piled up some debt. They want you to go to Goldman Sachs or McKinsey, and you're saying, no, I'm starting a new fund that's going to be complicated to get off the ground, but trust me. What did your family say?
Only 30 seconds left.
Yep, it was tough. I applied for big mega fund stuff. We got a lot of traction. I think they said it was up to me, but everyone gave me pretty negative feedback, because until it's real, it's tough for people to see the vision. But the proof is in the pudding, and because we were able to execute, they ended up coming around eventually.
Look, they told Warren Buffett he didn't know what he was doing at the beginning either, so you might pull it off. Congratulations.
All right. Great to talk to you guys. Henri Pierre-Jacques and Jared Tingle, co-founders, managing partners of Harlem Capital Partners. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute.
Stocks remain modestly higher in the final hour, on track to close at fresh record highs. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 127, the S&P 500 up 18, the Nasdaq Composite is up 38. The government says the economy grew at a 2.1% annual rate in the third quarter. This latest revision is unchanged from last month's estimate, though consumer spending was revised higher. That was offset by a weaker reading for business inventories. The Justice Department and the FCC are coming to the defense of Sprint and T-Mobile. They told a judge overseeing a lawsuit seeking to block their planned merger that the deal should not be blocked. They said the merger would benefit, not hurt consumers. With Boeing set to suspend production of its 737 MAX next month, Airbus may be coming to the rescue of engine maker GE. Sources say Airbus is in talks with GE to increase supplies of the engines used on its A320neo jets. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
3, 2, 1. Oh no. Which button am I?
When every second counts, you can't wing it.
Guys, a little help up here?
In a home fire, you may have less than 2 minutes to get out. So make a family home fire escape plan. Then practice home fire drills at least twice a year so everyone knows what to do when they hear. Prepare your family at ready.gov/fire drill. Brought to you by FEMA, the Ad Council, and Make Safe Happen.
The Bloomberg Business of Sports podcast. How did the Yankees become this mega valuable team? Where the money is flowing inside sports around the globe.
From the marketing perspective, where are the dollars spent?
From union heads to team owners, Scott Soshnick and Michael Barr speak to the names that power this multi-billion-dollar industry.
Boston Red Sox CEO Sam Kennedy.
National Hockey League Commissioner Gary Bettman.
Bloomberg Business of Sports. Listen today on Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. Are you interested in a challenging...
The extraordinary sale is now on at Bicester Village, with up to 60% off the recommended retail price at participating boutiques until the 24th of December. Enjoy luxury for less at Emma Bridgewater, The White Company, Molton Brown, The Creuset, and many more. With free parking, all-day festive dining, and restaurants open late, it's the perfect time to do your Christmas shopping. The extraordinary sale at Bicester Village.
Cutting for the net, scores! On the goal line, Marchand scores!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
And tucks it home!
And with this team, it's really fun to be a part of a team like that.
You can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium. From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the favorites tab. Pretty easy, right?
Want TuneIn to remind you when the big NFL game is about to get underway? Be sure notifications are allowed on your phone and search NFL on the TuneIn app. Find the game you want to hear under events and tap Notify Me. We'll let you know exactly when it's time to listen in for kickoff.
With 2020 on the horizon, TuneIn continues looking back at the stories that shaped the 2010s.
In 2012, Black Lives Matter is born after the killing of an unarmed 17-year-old Trayvon Martin. In 2015, the European refugee crisis sees an unprecedented number of asylum seekers entering the EU after fleeing conflict regions like Syria. And in 2017, the Me Too movement inspires a new wave of social justice.
Search news on TuneIn to be listening when the next decade's big headlines break. Ho, ho, ho. Want to make Santa's job a whole lot easier this year? TuneIn Premium is the gift your loved ones can enjoy all year long. Featuring commercial-free news from MSNBC, Fox News Talk, and CNBC.
Global concerns about climate change not
the most generous state in the U.S. on GoFundMe is...
Plus, commercial-free music and live sports. TuneIn Premium brings the best in audio to you. Forget the stocking and stuff the phone with TuneIn Premium. Happy holidays. Search Premium to start your free trial.
Back to throw, fires right on the slant. Caught, touchdown.
He leaps and he surges in. Touchdown.
This Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the lights shine bright on the Las Vegas Bowl. Washington Huskies head coach Chris Peterson will coach his final game before retiring as he takes on his former school, the Boise State Broncos.
Down to the 5, he leaps for the end zone, and he is in.
To listen to this and every bowl game, just search college football today.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
Active Brokers Studio in New York, Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston, Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960 to the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Well, you can't hang out with David Rubenstein without talking about his show, The David Rubenstein Show, Peer-to-Peer Conversations. We're going to bring you a little taste of the next episode coming up in just a minute. But first, let's get back to New York and Charlie Pellet. He's got an update on the trade. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Jason Kelly, and happy Friday. We have got 29 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all trading at records. S&P being led higher by technology and healthcare shares. Right now, the S&P is up 17 at a record 32.22. That's a gain of 0.5%. The Dow pushing higher, up 113 points after a winning week, up by 0.4%. 28,492 right now on the Dow. NASDAQ surging as well, also at a record. NASDAQ, by the way, is at 89.21, up 34 points higher by 0.4%. And worth repeating the year-to-date column on the Bloomberg for the S&P so far this year. It is up by 28.58%. Bloomberg exclusive this morning. You might have caught it right here on Bloomberg Radio, perhaps on Bloomberg Television. We spoke with U.S. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross, who covered a number of topics, including that Phase 1 trade deal with China.
This is not the final total agreement. This is just Phase 1. So we wanted to deal particularly with agriculture, which has been so unfairly penalized by the Chinese in retaliation for our Section 301 tariffs on them.
Sundar Pichai is getting a hefty pay raise. The new Alphabet CEO will get $240 million in stock awards over the next 3 years if he hits all of his performance targets, as well as a $2 million annual salary beginning in 2020. Right now, we've got shares of Alphabet, that is the parent of Google. They are trading lower, down by 0.4%. After earnings, Nike down 1.1%. Gold down today, little change right now, down less than 0.1%, $14.77 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil lower by 1.4%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, earlier this week on the David Rubenstein Show, Peer-to-Peer Conversations, former Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson talked with David, my co-host today, about steering the U.S. economy through the financial crisis back in 2008 and the state of financial authorities today. Let's listen in.
So Lehman was on the verge of going bankrupt, and you did not have at that time the authority to save Lehman. I know everybody's asked you about that since then, but in hindsight, is there anything you could have done differently with respect to Lehman?
Boy, I'll tell you, I don't think there was. We tried everything we could to get a buyer. Lehman was a bigger problem even than Bear Stearns because they were insolvent. There was a big capital hole. There was no way that a loan was going to solve the problem. It was going to take capital or a loan guarantee.
Okay, and ultimately the banking system came back and the financial system came back. But as you look at the system today, could something like that happen again with the legislation we now have? Are we better able to protect against something like that?
First of all, our financial system is much stronger than it was. The banks are better capitalized. It's much less likely to start in the U.S. There's less dry tinder to start a fire. But, and I hate to say this, but we have less authorities today than we had then. And the number one problem we had then, the number one problem by far, was we had a financial system that had outgrown our regulatory system. Our regulatory system and authorities had been put in place after the Great Depression when there was a run on banks, and we had a situation where 60% of the credit was flowing outside of the banking system.
All right, and that is former U.S. Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson speaking with my co-host today, David Rubenstein, for his show, The David Rubenstein Show Peer-to-Peer Conversation. So, David, that was just a snippet from Hank Paulson. Obviously, that was an unbelievable time. You lived through it as well. What did you take away from Hank in terms of his perspective now, 11 years on from all of that?
Well, I think he feels that they did everything they realistically could. And all the analyses that have been done since then have not come up with anything that said they should have done this differently. They didn't create the financial problem. They really inherited it. It came about from many years of debt being built up. It's hard to believe, but the House of Representatives did not pass the TARP legislation the first time.
Right.
And that is when people thought, we are going down because we didn't pass TARP. We have no remedy. Today, I think he's right. It'd be harder for that to happen because we have greater protections and so forth. What I actually got out of the interview, though, was this. Hank Paulson is unlike many former Treasury secretaries. He has not gone back into business to take advantage of his visibility, which he could have done. What he's done is he's basically doing two things: environmental protection in the United States. He's a big passionate environmentalist, and secondly, improving U.S.-China relationships. But unlike many people who go to China to do things there, he has no interest in making money. He's only there to try to improve the relationship and in part to improve the environment there as well. So a very admirable person, and I was meeting that the Bloomberg organization organized recently in China, the conference, and Xi Jinping presided over a meeting we had. And the two Americans who spoke, who were most listened to by the Chinese, were Henry Kissinger, not surprisingly, and Hank Paulson. And Hank Paulson has now been to China over 150 times.
Oh, my goodness.
And so he is indefatigable in going there. He started when he was at the Chicago office of Goldman Sachs before he was CEO, and he knows this place as well as any business person in the world who's not Chinese. So very admirable person, and I think the interview was quite revealing.
And so what does he say about the future of U.S.-China relationship?
He thinks there is some tension. He doesn't want to say everything is perfect. He would say that perhaps, and I think he said in the interview, that the way that sometimes the administration articulates its position might not be the way he would have articulated it, but he likes to maintain his relationship with the administration, so he's pretty private about his views, but I think he does have enormous clout in China, and I think he's got pretty good access to people in this administration because they respect what he's done.
You think other people will follow the playbook he has and not sort of go back into the money-making realm post-government?
I think his view was he was never that interested in making a large sum of money, and he was at Goldman. Goldman did very well, so he's not...
he did just fine, right?
Yeah, he's fine, but he's giving away all his money. Basically, he has committed to give his children a very modest amount of money, relatively speaking, and he's giving away all of his money.
Yeah, interesting guy. Well, it's a really interesting interview, and we're going to talk a little bit later in the show about what you've learned from this show. It's the David Rubenstein Show, Peer-to-Peer Conversations. This week's episode, the most recent episode, you just heard a snippet of it there, is with former Treasury Secretary, easy for me to say, Hank Paulson. You just heard a bit about steering the U.S. economy, that moment, those critical moments when Lehman wasn't saved, Bear Stearns obviously saved, and the brink of collapse that we certainly stared into the abyss, certainly just a few years ago. All right, for the moment, let's get around the corner to Martin DeCaro. He's got your world national headlines. Hey, Martin.
Hello, Jason. 6 debates in the books, and the Democratic presidential candidates haven't budged their poll numbers much. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports the frontrunner in national polls when the campaign began is still the frontrunner today, about 6 weeks from the Iowa caucuses.
Kyle Kondik of the University of Virginia Center for Politics cited the year's political polling in a Bloomberg interview.
Since Joe Biden got in, he's led the national polls basically the whole time. Elizabeth Warren took the lead for maybe a day or two in early October, but that's been been it. And I just wonder if these candidates are sort of taking their eyes off the prize here a little bit, in that Biden, I think, is still the person to beat, and I don't think anybody laid a glove on him last night.
The next debate next month will precede the Iowa caucuses. Some of the candidates, Kondik said, were plainly aiming for a strong showing in Iowa to boost their prospects. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
The DNC has tightened the criteria for the Democratic candidates to participate in that next debate. Only Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren have qualified so far. Former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg meets the polling threshold, but since he's not taking donations, he won't qualify. Michael Bloomberg is the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of Bloomberg Radio. The International Criminal Court's chief prosecutor says she'll start a full investigation into war crime allegations in the Palestinian territories against Israel. Prosecutor Fatou Bensouda has been involved in a preliminary investigation since 2015. It was spurred by the Gaza war the prior year, which claimed the lives of 2,251 Palestinians, a majority of them civilians. Global news 24 hours a day on air, and a quick take by Bloomberg. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Martin DeCaro. This is Bloomberg.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting.
You know it's out there somewhere, but you just keep missing out. I'm talking about your dream job. Now it's easier to find and land your next role with the LinkedIn app. Build connections, keep in touch, and be the first to hear about new jobs. LinkedIn has more openings than applicants. And sometimes all it takes is one LinkedIn connection to land the job that's right for you. Don't miss out. Get your next big break and find the job meant for you. Download the free LinkedIn app today.
Christmas. A time for celebrating, unwrapping, and unwinding. Capture every moment with an epic iPhone 6S with a 12-megapixel camera. Now only $12.99 a month from Tesco Mobile, saving you £72. It's just one of the ways we're celebrating 100 years of great value. Go in store or search Tesco Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Saving £2 per month over 36 months was £14.99. 36-month credit and rolling monthly usage agreements required. Subject to status. Terms apply. See tescomobile.com/terms.
Hello, I'm Jo Brand. When I see people homeless over Christmas, I find it really upsetting. Whether they're sleeping in doorways, on buses, or in hostels, it just shouldn't be happening. But it doesn't have to be like this. This Christmas, crisis centres across Britain are providing warmth and safety, plus long-term support to find people a job and a home. Please reserve a place for someone at Crisis this Christmas for just £28.87. Go to crisis.org.uk now. Thank you.
19p? What will that get you at Christmas? 5 minutes to Panto, a very unpopular Secret Santa. This week at Tesco, you can get sprouts, carrots or parsnips from just 19p. Our festive 3. That should get you on the nice list. Tesco, delivering Christmas for 100 years. Selected stores excludes Express, ends 26th of December.
Ah, finally another commercial, said no one ever. Visit tunein.com/premium to upgrade now and get over 45 commercial-free music stations.
As we wave goodbye to the 2010s, TuneIn is remembering some of the decade's biggest news stories.
In 2011, the Arab Spring sparks anti-government protests across the Middle East and Northern Africa. In 2016, the United Kingdom votes to leave the European Union, forcing the ongoing Brexit crisis. And in 2019, Hong Kong erupts in 6 months of pro-democracy protest against mainland China.
Search news on TuneIn to be there when the next big story breaks.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
As we play out the 2010s, TuneIn's looking back at the music trends that defined the decade.
That's why I need a one dance.
The 2010s was the decade of the surprise album drop, where artists from Beyonce, Drake, and Frank Ocean to Radiohead, U2, and the late David Bowie skipped the traditional promotion cycle to bring their music directly to fans with little to no warning. Keep listening to TuneIn for more trends of the 2010s.
Far wing, elevates, triple bucket.
The war of the crowd. The shot clock ticks down. Will the ball go in? The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. And the replays just don't cut
The
it.
sideline, the man, Fleet for 3.
TuneIn Premium brings you every minute of the NBA season streaming live, so you can be there when it matters most. Hear it now, hear it live on TuneIn.
Fake in the lane, turnaround jumper from 8 feet is good on the
Search
right block.
NBA today to start listening.
What was your favorite podcast of 2019? Well, here's ours.
This is the Open Ears Project, a new daily podcast in which people tell us a story about the piece of classical music that means the most to them.
Part mixtape, part sonic love letter. The Open Ears Project is where people share a classical track that gives a glimpse into their lives and allows us to hear the music and each other differently.
Brought to life things that I couldn't really put into words.
Search Open Ears Project on TuneIn to check it out.
At a record up 15 of 32.20. That is a gain of 0.5%. The Dow higher by 92 points, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up right now by 27 points. That's a gain of 0.3%. Right now, the 10-year up 1/32, the yield 1.91%. Gold is down 0.1%, falling $1.35 the ounce to $14.77. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, lower by 86 cents the barrel at 60.32. Brent, by the way, $66 even. So again, recapping, stocks on track for a record close. S&P up 15, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellett, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
And it's time for the drive to the close now. Michael Cugino back with us, president and portfolio manager of the Permanent Portfolio family of funds, looking after about $2.3 billion. He joins us on the phone from San Francisco here with David Rubenstein and myself in Washington. Michael, great to have you back.
Good afternoon, Jason and David, and happy holidays.
Thank you.
And to you. All right, so we're coming toward the end of the year, the last working day for many people as they look forward to taking the week of Christmas off. How do you feel about 2019?
I think it's been a real good year for a lot of different asset classes. If you look at what's gone on this year, every asset class to some degree has had its day in the sun, whether it's been gold and silver, whether it's been equities, which have bled up all year, whether it was the rally in the bond market caused by the Fed's change in direction. So I think it's been a solid year all the way around. Economic growth has been maybe a little less than people had hoped for. You can point to trade issues and potential uncertainty with respect to monetary policy. But by and large, it's been a good year, and the expectations are it's going to continue at least into the first half of 20.
I agree with that. I think we're feeling pretty good about first 6 months of next year for sure. We don't see any real clouds on the horizon. Inevitably, something bad can happen. But right now, I think people are feeling pretty good, and I expect that people are going to feel pretty good during the Christmas season.
And so, Michael, trade, is that something that you might worry about again, or is this enough, this phase one deal, to sort of take it essentially off the table from or at least from the top of the list or near the top of the list for investors to worry about?
Well, as a broad statement, I think the trade has been reduced as a risk factor going into the new year. Now, when you say trade, there's a lot of subcomponents to that. So, starting
U.S. China
first,
yeah.
I think it was a low expectations and low execution deal. Okay, they agreed on the simplest things they could. That's probably all we're going to get now, especially going into an election year. And there's some structural issues that really need to be ironed out that I don't think are going to be short-term solutions. So you did the best you could, and you took a risk off the table. The new NAFTA, assuming it gets approved, not a whole lot different than the old NAFTA, maybe some marginal improvements. But again, taking the risk off the table, ensuring that we've got Western Hemisphere free trade going on, and maybe some improvements is a good thing for the markets. And then with Europe, you have isolated issues. The potential for a British only deal has gone up quite a bit with an expectation in the recent election that we are going to have a Brexit, so that opens the door for an England deal. And with the EU, you've got isolated issues with various countries that I think can be worked out, and probably for the benefit of all, we ought to get along with those guys as best we could and clean up any loose ends and have more freer trade there as well. So broadly, risk factors gone, and hopefully optimistic viewpoints going forward.
Yeah, I think the president would no doubt say in a campaign, I got these two big trade agreements done. I got the Korean and Japanese one as well. And you won't know, no one will know whether they really work until probably after next November. So for quite some time, I think somebody can say in the administration, we got some deals got done, and let them take their time to work their way through the system. So I think there'll be some bragging points the administration would have. Obviously, members of Congress want to take credit for the USMCA improvements, but I think the president will probably get the lion's share of the credit for that deal.
And so when you talk to your customers, Michael, what are they most worried about as we think about the first 3 to 6 months of the year?
Not much right now, yeah. which is interesting because, there are a lot of risk factors out there. I think they've been clearly defined, and I think you get tired of talking about them sometimes. But by and large, the economy's working, record low unemployment, consumers are spending, businesses are spending. The growth in corporate profits has been down, but corporate profits are still growing a little bit. And you've got lower corporate taxes, so more money's being spent productively. Inflation is low, and monetary policy, the cost of capital is low. So you don't generally see recession start with that fact pattern. So that's the reason for optimism. And realistically, it's probably not misplaced given the landscape at the moment. These things can change quickly, though, and I think you need to keep that in mind. And we are potentially late cycle. I think one of the biggest things the markets are dealing with is, are we late cycle going into a recession, or are we pausing within a broader growth trend? And that seems to be the one big question I think investors are trying to figure out on our end.
And I think one of the big things that happened this year was that there was kind of the air taken out of the unicorns, particularly WeWork, for example, and Uber didn't do quite as well as people had thought. And therefore, you might expect that some people would say, well, let's be more wary of the technology cycle and also the technology sector. But I don't think that's really happened. Yes, there's a couple deals people are worried about, but generally people are still putting money in venture capital, still giving high valuations to our leading technology companies. And the leading technology companies, our 5 or 6 big technology companies, are really booming.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Michael Cugino, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much. President Portfolio Manager of the Permanent Portfolio Family of Funds. about $2.3 billion under management. He joined us on the phone from San Francisco. Well, David Rubenstein, I'm gonna let you get back to your actual day job. Although, let's be honest, like, your coolest job is being the host of the David Rubenstein Show, right?
That's what I look forward to the most. But since there's no carried interest in interviewing that, I have to go back to my day job. But thank you very much for inviting me today.
No, it's been a lot of fun. And I do wonder, just in the couple of minutes we have left, as you look back on 2019, like, what's going to be the defining moment, you think, from your perspective as an investor, a philanthropist, TV host?
Well, I'd say the economy, the big news of the year was basically that the year powered through pretty well. We didn't get any of the recession kinds of things that actually people predicted at the beginning of the year. In politics, the big news will obviously be the impeachment. In international, I think the big news was probably the trade agreement with China, the first phase getting done, and the Brexit vote that occurred, and the election in Europe. I think those were probably the big pieces of news. I think generally people entered the year somewhat nervous about the economy and the politics, and I think they're probably leaving the year feeling pretty good about the economy. People probably know where the impeachment thing is going to go, so I don't think they're that worried about it, even though it's got to play itself out.
So other than a new book from you in 2020, what else can we expect from David Rubenstein?
Well, I hope to lose some pounds. I'm going to go exercise my usual 5 minutes a day. We'll probably go from 5 minutes to 10 minutes, and hopefully I can lose a pound during the year.
Well, that's a good goal. We all have to have goals for sure. And I assume you will be active in your philanthropy as well. As I was landing last night in Washington, I marveled at the now repaired Washington Monument. Thanks.
Yes, it's open. The elevator's fixed, and now we're working on the Lincoln Memorial and the Jefferson Memorial and the Arlington House, and hopefully in the next year or two, some of those will be open with those changes.
All right. Well, a lot more to talk about when next you come to visit. I really appreciate you spending some time with me today. Always good to have your perspective. And most pointedly, I loved being on the phone or on the air with you as you were talking to an emerging investor. I got a sense of what it might be like to be across the table from you, raising some money. All right. A lot more ahead here on Bloomberg Business Week. We're going to get you to the close of trading. Some movers and shakers. Dave Wilson's going to be back with his chart and stock of the day. This is Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio.
Business is like a puzzle.
What was your favorite podcast of 2019? Well, here's ours.
This is the Open Ears Project, a new daily podcast in which people tell us a story about the piece of classical music that means the most to them.
Part mixtape, part sonic love letter. The Open Ears Project is where people share a classical track that gives a glimpse into their lives and allows us to hear the music and each other differently.
Brought to life things that I couldn't really put into words.
Search Open Ears Project on TuneIn to check it out.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards at the goal line. It's intercepted.
Listen live as the action unfolds, or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown.
Search NFL today.
In the stock market and in life, everything can change from 1 minute to the next. Be the first to hear the latest money news and market trends with CNBC on TuneIn. Wherever your day takes you, listen to CNBC's full slate of programming, including shows like Fast Money, Squawk Box, and Mad Money with Jim Cramer. And when the next big business story breaks, CNBC lets you know with live updates and commentary. At the office, at home, or on the go. Search CNBC on TuneIn to listen.
This is not a commercial. This is a reminder. With TuneIn Premium, you could be listening to more music commercial-free. Get over 45 commercial-free music stations. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Far wing, elevates, triple bucket.
The roar of the crowd. The shot clock ticks down. Will the ball go in? The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. And the replays just don't cut it.
The sideline, the man bleeds for three.
TuneIn Premium brings you every minute of the NBA season streaming live, so you can be there when it matters most. Hear it now, hear it live on TuneIn.
Fake in the lane, turnaround jumper from 8 feet is good on the
Search
right.
NBA today to start listening.
At Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on QuickTake by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
On Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Another day of records on Wall Street, and it is on to the weekend. Folks, from Mothers Against Drunk Driving, ringing that closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. S&P up 15, a gain of 0.5% to 3221. The Dow up 77 at the close, off its session highs, up 0.3%, but the Dow at 28,454. And NASDAQ up 37. That's a gain there of 0.4%. So equities moving higher as investors count down to the holiday break. The dollar and 10-year treasuries gained. 10-year up 1/32 with a yield of 1.91%. Gold, little change, down 0.1%, dropping $1.11 an ounce to $14.77. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, $60.33 a barrel. Michael Cugino is the president of Permanent Portfolio Family of Friends, and moments ago, a family of funds, I should say, and moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week, he told us easing trade tensions are also helping stock market sentiment.
I think it was a low expectations and low execution deal, okay? They agreed on the simplest things they could. That's probably all we're going to get now, especially going into an election year. And there's some structural issues that really need to be ironed out that I don't think are going to be short-term solutions. So you did the best you could, and you took a risk off the table.
And again, records for U.S. stocks with the S&P up 15 at the close, up 0.5%. Carnival Corp jumping the most in a decade after earnings, and its 2020 outlook topped expectations as the company made adjustments to mitigate effects from the weak European market. Carnival is the largest cruise operator and has significant exposure to continental Europe. Shares today surging by 7.6%. After earnings, Nike lower, down today by 1.2%. So again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. S&P up 15. That was a gain today of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Your next move will be your last.
Nobody move a muscle.
Damn, Sippy, you got some moves.
And I'm moving on from town to town.
Time is money. Let's go. Come on, move it.
Shake it up. Shake it up.
Bloomberg Business Week, Movers and Shakers, with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, well, it's time for a Friday edition of Movers and Shakers, your winners and losers. Dave Wilson back in our New York Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So, Dave, as I look at the big picture, as we like to do, the S&P, a nice split to the green, 382 names up, 122 down, 1 unchanged. I tell you, this market just keeps grinding higher. What jumped out to you today?
Well, Jason, we should remember that today is the final quadruple witching with the stock index futures, index options, and also stock options and futures closing. So we may end up with the busiest day of the year by the time all the shares are counted. Let's put it this way. As of 4 p.m. Wall Street time, you had a bit more than 7 billion shares of New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ listed companies changing hands. That figure is now approaching 10 billion. It's all related to the expiration of these contracts. The trades get done right at the closing bell, and it takes a while for them all to sort of show up in terms of data. As we speak, like I say, we've had about 3 billion shares recorded after the close, and actually the previous quadruple witching on September 20th was the busiest day of the year in terms of trading, with 11 billion shares changing hands. We're at 10 billion and climbing, so we may get there and end up with the busiest day of the year.
Yeah, so much for the sleepy Friday before Christmas, huh? Let's talk about a name that you mentioned, I believe, at the top of the show. That's Carnival. What's funny, probably funny is not the right word, but what's interesting is, I've got Bloomberg TV going in the studio down here as you do up there. And, we've been showing some video of those two Carnival Cruise Line boats like bumping into each other. But earnings is what really, I think, is driving the enthusiasm. It's the best performer in the S&P today.
That's right. And if you had Bloomberg Television all this time, you would have seen me talk about the stock. I do a stock of the hour at mid-afternoon.
I did see that.
For Bloomberg
I did
TV.
See that. You look great today.
Well, thank you. I mean, shares up 7.6% on the day, and it's a real contrast to what Carnival's delivered in the past because the shares had fallen after the previous 7 earnings reports. And one other thing that's of note, Carnival may turn out to be the very last company in the S&P 500 to deliver an earnings report in 2019. There are no more scheduled. And so Carnival was out like 15 minutes before the opening bell. So, last report, and it's better received than a whole lot of the previous ones.
Yeah, interesting. Who didn't do so well today in the market, that would be KMX. CarMax, that's your worst performer, an earnings miss there. So certainly the opposite of enthusiasm that you saw for Carnival there. Advertising spending going up, according to our Bloomberg intelligence analyst. Competition looming there for CarMax. I tell you, that is a highly, highly competitive market, to say the least. All right, so let's do your chart of the day. What are you looking at there?
Well, as far as that goes, Jason, sort of looking at the last couple of years, it's something that Jonathan Golub, who's the chief U.S. equity strategist at Credit Suisse, did earlier in the week. And, there's sort of an interesting kind of dynamic when you look at how much the S&P 500 gained since the beginning of last year and how much earnings went up during that time. In both cases, you're talking about 24% growth. Now, the chart tracks the S&P 500 along with the 11 main industry groups. And when you sort of broaden out like that, you see there are some definite contrasts. Technology stocks, for example, running well ahead of the earnings growth for that 2-year time frame. And energy stocks falling, even though earnings growth was fairly competitive with a whole lot of the other groups in the index. So it's an interesting bit of perspective. I saw somebody on Twitter talking about how, last year you had the effects of the federal tax cuts that pushed up earnings, and this year you don't have that. Yeah, I mean, it's part of the mix, but, it's an interesting, beyond a coincidence, perhaps, you think about what drives share prices higher in its earnings. In the case of the S&P 500, you have share price growth more or less matching earnings growth. If you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
All right, let's talk a little bit about your stock of the day. Appropriate, given that a lot of people are going to be hitting the road for the holidays. Winnebago Industries. Yep, that Winnebago, right?
Absolutely. The company who's been named, get this, in songs by the Dead Kennedys, the Foo Fighters, and Frank Zappa.
Wow. That is a Dave Wilson stat or nugget if I've ever heard it.
You better believe it, Jason. Winnebago was founded as a travel trailer company in 1958 and later moved into motorhomes and other recreational vehicles. Company went public in 1966. The ticker is WGO. Now, Winnebago's shares have swung up and down the past 4 years. They more than tripled between early 2016 and the end of 2017. Last year, they gave back most of the gain. And this year, they recovered most of the loss. The rebound gained momentum today after Winnebago released fiscal first quarter results. Revenue beat analysts' average estimate in the Bloomberg survey by the most in 2 years, and earnings also surpassed projections. The company benefited from growing demand for camper vans, along with other types of RVs. Now, Winnebago's results sent the shares to their highest price since January of last year, and they closed with a gain of 7.8% on the day.
All right. Well, that's a nice little gain. And, people do love their Winnebagos going RVing maybe over the holiday season. All right, Dave Wilson, what's your big Christmas plan? You going to be around?
No, sir. This is it for me in 2019. I've sent my last chart of the day out. Subscribers can expect it to come back January 6th of 2020. And other than that, I'll be hanging out with a couple of trips into New York.
Excellent. All right. Well, have a great holiday. See you in the new year. Dave Wilson, our stocks editor. Let's get over now to Martin DeCaro. He's got your world and national news. Hey.
Hello, Jason. President Donald Trump has accepted House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's invitation to deliver his State of the Union address on February 4th, a date that might coincide with the president's impeachment trial in the Senate on charges of abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. It's still unclear when the trial may begin because Pelosi is yet to transmit the articles of impeachment to the Senate. Defense Secretary Mark Esper is challenging the veracity of a major Washington Post expose which showed the U.S. government repeatedly lied to the American people about the war in Afghanistan. Esper says the U.S. intends to complete its mission there.
We have a mission in Afghanistan, that is to ensure that it never again becomes a safe haven for terrorists. So until we are confident that that mission is complete, we will retain a presence to do that.
The Post obtained a trove of documents demonstrating U.S. officials made rosy pronouncements they knew to be false and hid evidence the war had become unwinnable. Federal authorities are declaring the notorious MS-13 gang inoperable on Long Island, New York. They conducted a massive bust, arresting 230 alleged MS-13 members and associates. DEA Special Agent Ray Donovan says the operation will have ripple effects beyond New York.
We've learned that through this investigation, MS-13 had plans of establishing an East Coast foundation here in New York for the gang. That will never happen.
Authorities say the takedown helped foil at least 7 murder plots. It was the result of a 2-year investigation by local, state, and federal agencies. Global news 24 hours a day on air and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Martin DeCaro. This is Bloomberg.
In the real world, there are no rabbits in hats, crystal balls, or cards that turn into money. Instead, you get business information from top-tier analysts and experts.
What should expectations be for this latest round of negotiations?
That's actually better, isn't it?
They're both trying to say they have the upper hand.
Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Lisa Abramowitz. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Hi, I'm your host, Smokey Colbert, filling in for Smokey, because after 75 years of...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Turns out there's much more to say. Nearly 90% of wildfires are caused by us humans being careless, dumping our used barbecue coals willy-nilly. Guess the song was wrong. We did start the fire. That's why I respect Mother Nature and her trees, whether coniferous or new car scented. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
What if you could keep the top economic experts in a conference room next to your office without having to feed them?
Do we need better optics? Do we need some substance? Do CEOs care about ESG?
We have seen quite a lot of stimulus pumped into the system already.
It's the biggest warning yet about the financial risks of climate change.
Now there are more ways to hear us. Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and at BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Melissa from Michigan. I work an extra part-time job serving lunch at my child's school, but I still can't afford to put food on our table.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Are you interested?
Ho, ho, ho. Who's made a list this year? I want a new phone. One with amazing cameras, ultra-wide lens, of course, live focus video. Well, it has to be 5G ready to stream all my films. Can it come with something awesome to listen to them through?
Darling, I think he was talking to the kids.
Get everything you want and more. Purchase a Samsung 5G ready device and claim a pair of silver wireless Galaxy Buds at no extra cost. Shop our 5G handsets in store or online at your local O2 store or o2.co.uk. 18 plus. Offer excludes Galaxy Fold 5G. Purchased by the 25th of the 12/19. Claim from Samsung within 30 days. T's and C's apply.
Far wing, elevates, triple bucket.
The roar of the crowd. The shot clock ticks down. Will the ball go in? The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. And the replays just don't cut
The
it.
sideline, the man fleet for 3.
TuneIn Premium brings you every minute of the NBA season streaming live, so you can be there when it matters most. Hear it now, hear it live on TuneIn.
Fake in the lane, turnaround jumper from 8 feet is good on the
Search
right block.
NBA Today to start listening.
Did you know your favorite radio stations are in your pocket? Yes, the TuneIn app lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio anywhere you want. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? We've got you covered. With TuneIn Premium, you can listen to every NFL game live as it's happening.
LaShawn McCoy has an opening on the right side, punches into the end zone for the touchdown.
Or catch it later on demand.
Offset backs behind Mahomes. The give is to Williams. Starts right, cuts it back to the left, and blows into the end zone for the touchdown.
You call the plays. Follow the NFL anytime, anywhere, all season long with TuneIn Premium. Upgrade today.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For